Good morning, and I'd like to call to order the January 14th, 2020 Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors meeting. This marks the 170th convening of Santa Barbara County's highest legislative body. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mr. Williams?
Here.
Mr. Hart? Here. Ms. Hartman?
Here.
Mr. Adam? Here. Mr. Lavanino?
Here. At this time, please stand and join the board in pledging allegiance to the flag. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, I will now accept nominations for the position of Chair and Vice Chair for the Board of Supervisors for 2020, who also sit as the Board of Directors of the Water Agency, the Flood Control and Water Conservation District, the Santa Barbara County Fire Protection District, the Laguna County Sanitation District, the Santa Barbara Fund for Public and Educational Access, and other special districts. Supervisor Hartman?
Yes, I think I was first. Thank
Yes,
you,
you
because
were.
I would very much like the privilege of nominating Supervisor Greg Hart to chair of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors.
Is there a second? Or is there another nomination? No, I'm just kidding.
Second.
There's a second from Supervisor Williams. Okay, so let's do a roll call.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Mr. Hart? Aye. Ms. Hartman?
Aye.
Mr. Adam? Aye. Chair Lavanino?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimous.
Congratulations. All right. I'll just keep that. Oh, yeah. The football. Oh, we also need, yes. Was that all in one motion or not? Oh, okay, before we leave. How about a motion for Vice Chair?
I'd move to nominate Peter Adam as Vice Chair.
Second.
Okay, let's roll call.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Mr. Hart? Aye. Ms. Hartman?
Aye.
Mr. Adam? Aye. Chair Lavanino?
Aye. And before I move, I think I'm supposed to make some final remarks, it says on here. So I'll make them very quickly. Not going to do the big, lengthy look back over the last year. I just want to take a moment to publicly thank some people who make our jobs easier. First off, to all of our employees, whether you're a social worker, an eligibility worker, you're in law enforcement, fire, probation, the district attorney's office, our deputies, all of the 21 different departments. I don't want to go through everybody, but everybody here plays a role, regardless if where you are on the ladder chart, the organizational chart. Everybody here plays an integral role to the success of this county. And especially for those that, sometimes are on the lower end. If you're an AOP or you're an eligibility worker, you are the face of the county. You're the one that's interfacing with our public. And we just really appreciate all the hard work that goes in every day. We know you have very tough jobs. And we really appreciate all the effort that everybody takes to make this county what it is. Next, I want to thank Jacqueline Alexander and all the fine staff of the clerk's office. Jacqueline stepped in for a legend, which is never easy, but you made a really seamless transition, and we are provided our hearing materials in an organized manner on time, and you've done a really great job of making sure the public is always heard at the meetings through our public comment. Also, I want to thank Mr. Gazzoni and the folks in County Council's office, always there to make sure we stay within the guidelines of the Brown Act and providing expert legal advice during and after our meetings. And of course, a very special thank you to our CEO, Mona Miyasato, and her team in the CEO's office. Mona came here, and instead of just progressing down the road, she's really made us take a hard look at what our big picture is and instituting Renew 2022 and asking us to improve efficiencies, look for ways to make the public better served, and just an outstanding CEO and a great person too. So thank you very much, Mona. And finally, to all of our staffs, there's so much work that goes on behind the scenes. sometimes, people ask me, well, did you guys work this week? Meaning, did you have a meeting on Tuesday? There's so many other, and you'll hear all the boards and commissions that go on, but there's so much work that goes on inside the offices, casework, and just dealing with the daily grind of the office. I want to thank all of our staffs. For me, my Chief of Staff, Corey Bantalon, Yesenia Cuevas, and then the other chiefs, Darcel Elliott, Chris Henson, Jefferson Litton, and Bob Nelson. They've all helped me throughout this year with advice. Some I asked for, some I was just given, mostly from Darcel. But it is a whole fourth floor type of camaraderie that everybody's helping each other. So with that, those are my comments, and I think now I pass the gavel and we move forward. So there you go.
Well, it's really an honor to have this opportunity to serve the county residents as chair of the board. I really want to thank my colleague, Chair Lavanino, for doing an outstanding job. He has always been a dedicated public servant and has brought a lot of levity and pragmatic focus to our discussions. And I really think that my impression is, and I hope the public agrees, that we do a really good job working together. We have really shown, I think, respect for each other, and that shows in the work that we do. And it manifests itself, I think, in the public policy decisions that we make, and it inspires a sense of confidence, I think, in our community about the deliberations and the fairness of this room and the way that we do our work. I really admire my colleagues. Supervisor Hartman, I especially appreciate your thoughtful, positive, detail-oriented approach to public policy issues, and most importantly, your enthusiasm for public service. It is really an honor to serve with you. Supervisor Adam, I admire the way you directly speak to issues. I do not ever worry about not understanding where you come from on an issue. And I particularly appreciate the kindness that underlies your approach to this job. And the fact that you are a farmer is really important to have that perspective on this board, so thank you. Supervisor Williams never shies away from a challenge. You think really big and strategically, and I listen really carefully when you're talking about how you develop your policy decisions. And the way that you personally live your values is inspiring and visionary to me, so thank you. And Supervisor Lavanino, as I said, your pragmatic, positive approach and enthusiasm, and most importantly, the way you so respectfully recognize the hardworking staff of our county is really important. And I think that has really elevated our discussion and our representation as a community. And of course, I would be remiss if I didn't mention the brevity that you bring to really tense moments and how that has helped us many times get to a positive resolution. So thank you. Again, as Steve mentioned, our wonderful staff, CEO Mia Sato, Mike Gazzoni, Jacqueline Alexander, the team sitting right here at this table, really brings confidence to our decision-making process, knowing that you've done the hard work to set up the issues and to frame the items for our discussion, and it makes our work much, much easier. I really appreciate all of your complete dedication to the county and to our work together. Thank you. We're really fortunate to have an amazing group of dedicated county department heads, many of whom are here. I've gotten to know you much better over the course of the past year, and you are unfailingly committed to this work, to the residents of our county, and many of you are not as well known as we are, so you don't get some of the grief that we get in grocery stores, but in your own ways, I know that you feel that too. You feel the weight of that responsibility, and you do an incredible job every day taking care of the residents of our county. And the county staff who actually did the work, as Supervisor Lavanino mentioned, the day-to-day important work that all of us are here to do is truly inspiring. There is no better team I truly feel now as part of the county family, and I'm really fortunate to have this opportunity. My team in District 2 makes it really a pleasure to come to work every day. I honestly feel that way when I get up in the morning and I come and I see Chris Henson and Ashley Cruzel and Ethan Bertrand, and we work together and put our shoulders together to solve issues for our constituents in our district. It is a fun, pleasurable, honorable opportunity every day, and I'm really, really proud of that, so thank you. We also have many citizen volunteers, commission members, people who spend a lot of time looking out for the county, engaging our citizenry directly with county government, and we're really fortunate to have those hundreds of volunteers who are working with us to make county government better. So I'm really honored to have the opportunity to represent them as chair of the board, and I particularly want to recognize my own planning commissioner, Laura Bridley, who is taking on the chair responsibility at the Planning Commission, and she'll do an outstanding job. All of our elected official colleagues who do a tremendous job, they have the same responsibility as us. They have to face the voters every 4 years to continue to serve. They are really a great collaborative bunch of people who share our commitment to Santa Barbara County values and show that every day. And I appreciate the fact that many of them are here in the room today for this occasion. Thank you for your friendship and your professional relationship. I appreciate it. There are many, many challenging issues that the county faces, things that are daunting for every layer of government. We're trying to address homelessness. We're trying to address affordable housing, provide better mental health services to Santa Barbara County residents. The important issues that we're going to continue to focus on, the environment and providing sustainable economic path to the future are equally critical. All of these things intertwine. They're particularly vexing, but we're going to do the best job that we can every day. We're going to try and be fiscally responsible and responsive and transparent, which is all important to the public. And the most important job that we have is to protect public health and safety. And that is a very difficult task. We have a lot of people who are dedicated to that mission. But it is something that we need to engage with our citizenry with in a more direct way. We need to heighten our standards for emergency preparedness by really engaging the community in a different way. We have been victims of very tragic events over the past 3 years. I think everyone who looks at these issues objectively understands that the likelihood these kinds of things are going to continue in the future and increase in frequency is a real and present danger. So I think it's really important to make a connection with the public so that folks understand that we all together have an important role to play in emergency preparedness. So this year I'd like to focus on that issue as chair, and I'd like to take this opportunity to highlight community organizations that are doing that work every day for our community. And on a monthly basis, I want to have a nonprofit organization coming to the board, make a brief presentation about the work that they're doing to connect local residents to emergency services and emergency preparedness. And in that way, I think we can make a better connection between the work that the nonprofit communities and local government is doing to serve all the residents of Santa Barbara County to make us safer and to be able to live our lives in a well-organized way. So the first community organization that I'd like to highlight is the Independent Living Resource Center, which has been in existence for many years in our community, serves the Tri-Counties, Santa Barbara, San Luis Obispo, and Ventura counties, providing emergency preparation and services to people who have disabilities in our community and to seniors. And to kick off the presentation for the first time is the Executive Director of the Independent Living Resources Center, Danny Anderson. So with that, I will hand off the microphone to Ms. Anderson for her to tell us a little bit about the Independent Living Resource Center. Thank you for being here, Danny.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Hart and supervisors. First, the Independent Living Resource Center would like to congratulate Supervisor Hart. We appreciate your emergency preparedness focus and we look forward to being part of it. I'd just like to mention that just behind me is the majority of our Santa Barbara office as well as one of our board members, so everybody wave. and smile and look so happy. There we go. Thank you. I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here today to discuss all of the work that we at ILRC have been doing and also our plans for what we'll be doing, which is a lot more. ILRC serves a portion of those who are considered to be the access and functional needs community, which is a very broad definition. We serve individuals with all disabilities and older adults. As you are aware, ILRC has been a staple in Santa Barbara County for 43 years, and we help individuals with disabilities to be more independent by working with them on a goal. That may be housing, assistive technology, benefits, transportation, personal assistance, advocacy, along with many very important things. So what does emergency preparedness look like at ILRC? Like all of our services, it's individualized. The funding we've been able to secure or have been promised, knocking on wood, specific to public safety power shutoffs will allow us to provide community education that's focused on helping individuals with disabilities and older adults who are reliant on medical devices that require power to understand and get on their power providers' medical baseline programs. Forums in partnership with local legislators focused on disability and emergency preparedness will occur. Also, there will be a media campaign targeted specifically to medical professionals to ensure that they're on board with streamlining their certification process to minimize the length and the cost to the individual. So they're not having to go and pay a copay and wait months to be certified to get on that medical baseline program that they really need to be on. Additionally, we are going to have the opportunity to hire a full-time emergency preparedness advocate and the ability to purchase backup battery sources to lend or give to consumers. We'll also be working with consumers both individually and in peer groups to build evacuation plans that will work for them. Being told to have a go bag ready and a friend's house to go to it just isn't enough for individuals with significant disabilities, and many of us can't drive or even get into those friends' homes. It's been proven that disasters disproportionately affect individuals with disabilities and older adults. Evacuating is harder, alerts are difficult to receive, and there's no clearer time than an emergency for those of us with significant disabilities to see that accessibility has a long way to go. ILRC is uniquely able to assist local individuals with disabilities and older adults to prepare for an emergency because we are them, and we have the lived experience and we know what they're going through. We're incredibly appreciative of the support of the board, and we hope that our small nonprofit, through in-house services, community partnerships, and out-of-the-box thinking, will be able to make a positive impact to our community. Thank you again for having us for the first month.
Thank you very much, Ms. Anderson. And thank you for your real great collaborative working relationship with our county staff, too. I know that together we can really make the preparations necessary to protect seniors and folks with disabilities. So thank you for coming today.
Thank you.
With that, let's get back to the regular order of business. And the next item of business is the approval of minutes of the December 17th, 2019 meeting. Is there any discussion? Can I please get a motion?
So moved.
Motion's been made and second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. CEO Miyasato, do we have a CEO's report today?
We do not this morning, thank you.
Thank you. Clerk, do you have any announcements?
Yes, Chair Hart and members of the board, I just have one quick announcement this morning, and we received a request from the department to continue item A1. This is from Supervisor Hart. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Ian Mather of the Fire Department as the January 2020 Employee of the Month for Santa Barbara County. And if we can just get a motion to continue that to January 28th.
Motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Can we get a motion now for the resolutions that will be presented? A motion on items A2 and A3.
Second.
Motion's been made and second. All those in favor, say aye. Motion carries unanimously. Will the clerk please read item A2 into the record?
Yes, Chair Hart and members of the board. Administrative item number 2 is sponsored by Supervisor Hart. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Cristina Perez upon her retirement from the District Attorney's Office after 35 years of faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County. And if I can have Cristina to the podium. And anyone else you'd like to join you. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas Cristina Perez began her career at the County of Santa Barbara District Attorney's Office in July 1985 as a front desk receptionist and has held many significant positions since then, including Program Director for the Bad Check Program, Legal Support Supervisor, and Legal Support Manager, performing them all with wisdom, warmth, and integrity. And whereas throughout her career, Cristina has always jumped in wherever and whenever she was needed and has approached each new assignment with excitement and enthusiasm. And whereas Cristina has given 100% of herself every day of her 34 years with the District Attorney's Office, 20 years of which have been in a supervisory role. And whereas Cristina is a forward thinker who has consistently developed and implemented department-wide opportunities for improvements, especially with regard to our case management system. And whereas, in her most recent role as Legal Support Manager, Cristina has focused on improving legal processes county-wide by supporting the District Attorney's legal support staff, as well as evaluating, planning, and developing new and improved procedures within the legal support function. And whereas, Cristina has proven herself to be an exceptional employee, a driven self-starter, and a critical member of our legal support team and our district attorney family, approaching every task with tenacity and unfailing can-do-anything attitude. And now, therefore, let it hereby be ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors commends Cristina Perez for over 34 years of faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County and wishes her all the best in her next chapter, with plenty of forced relaxation and time spent with her wonderful family and her beloved Yorkie, Tiny. Passed and adopted today.
Yes, please. District Attorney
Well,
Dudley.
welcome, Chair Hart. You're going to do a great job. We're all so pleased. And you, ex-chair, is that what you are now? Supervisor Levanine, you did a fantastic job too. So thank you so much. I'm so pleased to be here on such an historic day during that transition. I'd like to start off with asking every member of the District Attorney's Office to raise their hand. Have Cristina take a look. Both sides. Everybody came here to support you. 34 years in the District Attorney's Office. I'm going to ask Michael Soderman, her supervisor, to talk about her work. I'm going to talk about her heart. Cristina Perez is the mother of the District Attorney's Office. In spite of the fact that I may be older than her, she is the mother. And how do you know that? Because she takes care of everybody and she feeds everybody. And that's what she does in the DA's office. So whenever we were in a situation where somebody needed to raise money for something, be it tickets to the holiday party or somebody had gone through a particularly bad experience, her response every time was, let's have a burrito breakfast. Let's raise money with the burrito breakfast. And everybody came because I know, Supervisor, that you have the best sausage, but she has the best salsa. And so we would all line up and happily give our money away to the latest cause du jour. And she'd be beaming the whole time. So as true to her form, instead of having a retirement party, she decided to have a burrito breakfast, and she donated all of that out of her funds to show our office how much she loves us. So anybody who can raise money and serve meals and do a brilliant job has got to be a mother. So that's what I had to say, and I'm going to ask Michael to talk about her career.
Thank you, Joyce, and thank you, Chair Hart and Supervisors. It's an honor to speak about Cristina and her career. Christina's wealth of institutional knowledge will be sorely missed by all at the DA's office. Christina is a gifted employee, a natural leader, and an invaluable asset to the county. Her skill set is broad, with a keen eye for efficiency and problem solving. In addition to her exemplary work ethic, one of the most important things Christina did was strive to foster a positive culture in the office. She did this by organizing special events. The most notable was for staff were her burrito breakfasts. These events allowed the staff in the office to develop positive working relationships that increased productivity and employee morale. The legal support staff are the backbone of the DA's office. The work is never done. The saying, "crime never takes a holiday," is an unfortunate truth of the society we live in. Christina took on this challenge with unwavering dedication to the office and took ownership of whatever task came her way. Most people would be eager to put work behind them, but not Christina. She will be assisting her husband in their family business, which happens to be coming into their busiest time of the year. We know she will take on this work with the same enthusiasm she has shown us. As sad as we are to see Christina retire, we send her off with the warmest wishes of a retirement that allows her to pursue her passions. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
I will miss the office after 34 years. Mother is probably a good word of putting that. I've always felt very much in need of nurturing and taking care of others, and that's one of the things that I've prided myself in doing in working with the office. I will miss all my friends there. We are a big family, and I will miss them, but I will be there. I will see them. I will stay in touch. And I am enjoying, I will be very busy within the next week or so with my new boss, who isn't going to give me any time off, so I've got to get better. my husband, Louis. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Christina. Will the clerk please read item A3 into the record?
Chair Hart, members of the board, administrative item number 3 is sponsored by Supervisor Hart. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Raul Baez upon his retirement from the Clerk Recorder Assessor's Office after 40 years of service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County. And if I can have Raul and anyone else you'd like to join with you at the podium, Joe Holland and Sue Morrison, thank you. I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas Raul Baez will retire from county service on Friday, January 17th, 2020, having faithfully served the county of Santa Barbara for 40 years. And whereas Raul started his career with Santa Barbara County in 1980 as a clerk typist 1, and throughout his tenure worked his way up to the assessment supervisor and mentor to his staff. And whereas Raul personally met with survivors of the Montecito debris flow to help navigate the complexities of disaster evaluations in a digestible and compassionate fashion, ensuring that they felt more confident in their next steps. And whereas Raul has always been accessible to the Board of Supervisors and their staff, going above and beyond to make sure all questions were answered, big or small. And whereas, while Raul will be missed by our county family, he can now take time to relax and enjoy his hard-earned retirement, presumably watching the San Francisco 49ers win, and enjoying his undying love for the game of soccer. And now, therefore, it is hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors does hereby commend Raul Baez for his years of dedicated service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County and for his tireless efforts to improve the quality of life for all residents of our community, passed and adopted today.
I realize, Raul, that you were recently recognized as Employee of the Month. but 40 years with the county is really something special, so we wanted to take this opportunity to recognize your career service. And I know that Congressman Carvajal is a good friend of yours, so we reached out to him, and he expressly sent his congratulations and thanks for your many, many years of county service. He enjoyed working with you immensely, and you have had a lot of accomplishments in your career, particularly following on now the anniversary of the debris flow from 1/9. All the extra work that you put in really protecting people is very, very important. And despite the fact that you're a 49ers fan, and I know what you'll be doing on Sunday because I will be watching the game as well. I just want to thank you for all the residents of Santa Barbara County for the wonderful work that you've done over your long career. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
And I just confirmed with Raul that indeed, a full 40 years, he actually made it to his anniversary. But, working in the assessor's office, reassessing people's property you're not always the most favorite person there, but, if you do it and you do it professionally and you do it in a nice, good-humored manner, that's Raul. He's the professional. He is a soccer coach. And I know that all the people that have worked with him or for him, he's really good at building a team, and they've all enjoyed working with him, as well as myself, Raul. So thank you very much. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Working 40 years, it was a pleasure and honor to work for this super county, really. What I can say is that I'd like to thank my staff, the whole assessor's office, Joe, the whole management, my wife, my kids, and especially today, I'm honored to have one person that I feel really happy to be with. And I think it's very hard when this person works very hard, brought us to this great country, and be able to work very, very hard times, work hours, to put us in our one spot where we're supposed to be. I promised this person that I was gonna make her proud. And today is the day that I'm gonna make her proud, and that's my mother, right there. It's very difficult for her to walk, and it was very difficult for her to come today. But I thought this is a special day, not for me, but for her. So this goes to her. Thank you very much and have a good day.
Thank you, Ralph. The next item is the approval of the administrative agenda. Do any board members have any requests to pull items off the administrative agenda for a presentation? I know Supervisor Adam mentioned A13.
A13.
Any others? Madam Clerk, do any members of the public request to pull any items off the administrative agenda?
Chair Hart and members of the board, I do have 3 requests from the public, and that is A6, A9, and A21.
Okay, great. Will the clerk please read the items into the record?
Chair Hart and members of the board, beginning with administrative item number 6, this is from the Auditor Controller. It is to consider recommendations regarding AB 1600 Mitigation Fee Annual Report, fiscal year 2018 through 2019. And the one request we have on that item is from Andy Caldwell, so we'll be going to Santa Maria for Andy.
Chair Hart, congratulations on becoming chair. Supervisor Lavanino, thank you for all the courtesies you extended me in the last year. I really do appreciate it. This item reads receive and review. And I think it's pretty hard for you to review something when it's on the admin calendar. We've never liked these fee schedules, and one of the reasons why is we believe that they're not based on truth or reality. We don't believe that commercial, industrial, or retail development necessarily generates more traffic than would be in the community without them. So for instance, if you have one grocery store versus two, it doesn't mean people eat twice as much or shop at grocery stores twice as much. But the thing that you really do need to review is the disparity. It is a gross disparity between the North and South County. So for instance, a 24-hour convenience store in Orchid, the traffic fee is $92,000 per 1,000 square foot. $92,000. In Goleta, it's $390,000. A service station, if you want to know why your gasoline costs more in Santa Barbara than in other places, a pump in Orchid is $28,000. In Goleta, it's $110,000. The service station with convenience, it's a fourfold difference. Even a bank, a savings and loan or a bank with a drive-through is $48,000 per square foot for 1,000 square foot in Orchid. It's $649,000 in Goleta. Construction costs do not vary between those two communities. So explain to us, based on your review, the disparity in these fees. And then secondly, take a step back. You make all of your money based on property taxes. By charging so much in upfront fees, are you actually discouraging people from building and developing things that serve the community and robbing yourself of property taxes in perpetuity, along with sales tax and, in the case of hotel, transient occupancy taxes? These fees are completely out of whack. I can remember before there was a Costco in Goleta, I would run into people in Costco from Goleta in the Santa Maria Costco. Building a Costco in Goleta didn't make people shop at Costco more. It saved them a trip to either Ventura or Santa Maria. We need to rethink these things because we think you're cutting off your nose in spite of your face, and this is grossly unfair to businesses trying to do business in the South County. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cardwell.
All right, Chair Hart and members of the board, moving on to administrative item number 9 from the County Executive Office. This is to consider recommendations regarding Chapter 50, licensing of commercial cannabis operations, ordinance storefront retail amendments, and cannabis business licensing fee ordinance amendment. And we have one request to speak on this item, and that is, I believe, Mark Brinkley.
Thank you and good morning. I live at 3375 Foothill Road in the West Valley of Carpinteria, and I'd like to suggest that the board on this ordinance consider having the community meetings that are specified as outlined in the ordinance before the retail ordinance is adopted, and also that the meetings be specified to take place in the evening and be noticed to all residents by postcard. I'd also like to suggest that the third-party evaluator in the proposed ordinance is not explained in detail. Who will that person be or the company be, and why will they be chosen, and how will they be screened? So thank you very much for your consideration, and I'm supportive of the process, but I think that the detail in this ordinance needs to be further looked at. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brinkley.
Chair Hart, members of the board, next item pulled from board member Adam is administrative item number 13. This is from General Services. It is to consider recommendations regarding countywide facilities parking lot pavement management program project number 19004, agreement for services of independent contractor for countywide parking lots.
Supervisor Adam.
Yeah, I don't need a separate vote on it or anything, but I just wanted to take a moment to lament the fact that we have to take $70,000 to go hire a consultant to tell us that we have crappy parking lots instead of throwing the $70,000 directly at the crappy parking lot. And the thing is, we've fought for a long time to be able to get this money over to do maintenance, and now we're going to do a study with it. So, and I realize that sometimes those things are helpful because it lets us cover our behinds and make sure that we don't go put pavement on a parking lot that didn't need it. But I think in this case, I wish we could do it different. So I'm going to vote for it, but I wish the world was a different place.
Thank you.
All right, moving on, Chair Hart and members of the board. Administrative item number 21 is from Public Health. It is to consider recommendations regarding EMS STEMI revenue agreements for Marion Regional Medical Center and Santa Barbara Cottage Hospital. And we have one request to speak on this item, and we are going back to Santa Maria with Todd Wilson. Todd?
Board. I'll start over. Welcome, Chairman Hart, as chairperson and members of the board. My name's Todd Wilson. I live in Orchid. I just wanted to share an experience with me personally regarding a heart attack. I am in full support of your program for the STEMI. My heart attack happened to be it was a year ago, and it happened to be a STEMI. On a long walk and run, I've exercised, marathoned, sports, softball, volleyball, everything my entire life. I thought that I would be exempt from having a heart attack. And so I was on a long walk as far away from my home as I could get, and the heart attack came upon me. I knew I was in trouble. I knew I would not make it home. I stepped out to the curb as a truck pulled up. He rolled down his window, and I told him, I think I'm having a stroke or a heart attack. And he just said, jump in. I asked him to take me home. He said, jump in. As we took off, he said, well, I just had a heart attack a year ago. I'm a retired battalion chief, and we're going to the fire station. He took me to the fire station. We were there in 3 minutes. The treatments began on the spot. Marvin Moneymaker was that good Samaritan who stopped by. He rolled down his window. As you can guess, there are times when somebody approaches your vehicle, you roll your window up. Marvin did not. He thinks he was just doing what everyone would do. He's an angel to me. Through the ambulance and to Marion, the STEMI program has quick response. I thought the whole staff, hospital staff, was waiting for me at the door. I had the stent. The doctor showed me the picture. It was 100% blockage. Received 2 stents. And all of this quick action, the totally professional care of everybody that was involved, including the fire station EMT and his crew. I had 0 damage to the heart. And so the STEMI program, please support it. It's so constructive to the community. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Thanks for making this personal, too. Appreciate that. Are there any questions or comments about the items that we have pulled? Can I get a motion for the balance of the administrative agenda?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Matter carries unanimously. Now is the time for members of the public to speak on items that are not on the agenda. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak on the items that are not on the agenda?
Yes, Chair Hart and members of the board, we have 16 requests to speak on general public comment today. And we are going to begin in Santa Maria, again with Todd Wilson. And then we will return here in Santa Barbara with Ed Kolaski. Todd?
Mr. Wilson, welcome back. Somehow we're not getting your sound. Could you try the microphone again?
You have that?
Yes, you're on now. Thank you.
Thank you. Andy Caldwell wanted me to remind you that he has a speaker slip in. And did you get that, is his question of you.
I will check to make sure, but thank you.
For my issue, I'm here regarding the closed session in the Oasis Community Center that's negotiating development rights. Personally, I'm a retired banker, compliance officer, bank vice president. I retired twice. I'm a retired appraiser with the Assessor's Office, Ventura County. I was a tract crew appraiser and also a crew leader. I also worked 4 years as an expert witness in their appeal section. 10 to 11 months of that, I was manager of that real estate crew. I also worked for 7 years as a municipal advisory council member regarding referrals from the Planning Commission, regarding public safety, and other issues in the community. Regarding this closed session item, it all has to do with the document, the negotiating, that they're negotiating on is a grant deed of development rights that was recorded in 1981. The document was recorded as a mitigation measure for South Point Estates. My request of you is, in support of our attorney, Mark Shatillo, to continue this item. Do not continue with the negotiation. The causes of my request is one of those assessor's parcel numbers that's being negotiated. The County of Santa Barbara does not own the development rights for that parcel. This Oasis project is an extremely complex application. I called Supervisor Hartman's office to speak with her. She has some familiarity with the Oasis project. She was on the Planning Commission. This development recorded rights deed perfects all of those mitigation measures for the tract approval. The Oasis project is attempting to wash it all down the drain. Mrs. Hartman's position on the Planning Commission in 2015, when she supported this project, the planning director and department was not even aware of this existing grant deed of development rights. Oasis, as I speak before you this moment, does not own the development rights to proceed with this project. And the rights that they're trying to sell are mitigated rights. And one of those parcels, the county is attempting to negotiate the sale of rights that they do not even own. And
Thank you, Mr.
parcel
Wilson.
number,
Your time is up.
the parcel
Thank you.
number ends in, thank you, the parcel number ends in 68. It's not owned.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
And we are actually
Thank
going
you.
to stay in Santa Maria with Andy Caldwell, and then we will return to Santa Barbara with Ed Kolaski. Andy?
Thank you, Chairman of the Board, members. I'm Andy Caldwell, representing CoLab. I wanted to draw your attention to something that is, I think, a product of what's called the post-truth society, in that people are not really dealing with facts, observable facts. And specifically, I want to talk about wind and sun. The wind and the sun are actually renewable. Every day, or at least in certain places, there's wind, and every day throughout the planet Earth, there's sun. And we call them renewable sources of energy. But the fact and the truth of the matter is, converting wind and solar to electricity is not renewable. So in a couple of weeks, you're going to be hearing an appeal about the Lompoc Wind Project. The Lompoc Wind Project is an example. The towers are 400 tons of steel. If in fact there was ore in Lompoc and you had to mine it, and then you had to build a steel mill on site and take that ore from a raw product and produce steel, and then take the steel and produce these towers, and in the meantime cut down a couple of hundred oak trees, slaughter a bunch of birds and bats, I don't know how anybody could look at that project and call it green. Secondly, solar panels. All of the products that go into solar panel have to be mined, and they can become hazardous waste afterwards. Your electric car batteries, the raw materials have to be mined. They become hazardous material waste stream afterwards. How do you call that green? And how is oil and natural gas and coal any less natural to the planet Earth than wind and solar? Man didn't make oil. Man didn't make natural gas. The Earth is filled with this material and coal that facilitated the Industrial Revolution, and yet we somehow look at that as unnatural and non-renewable, that wind and solar get a pass. And then finally, we know that the oil industry in the North County, some of them anyway, have been jumping over backwards trying to get project labor agreements because they think that the union majority supporting board members there would like that. But I've been told the wind energy project flat out refused a project labor agreement. What I'm asking you today, a level playing field based on facts and truth. Isn't that your job? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caldwell.
We are going to return to Santa Barbara with Ed Kolaski to be followed by Jennifer Fullerton. Ed?
Good morning. Been trying to remodel my house for the last 6 years. 5.5 years ago, we got what we going to be an approval. We had a 5-2 vote. We walked in, my architect's telling me that we can get it built by October 2014. We go in, and Alex was ready for us. My architect's carrying the paperwork in his hand. We sit down, they call us up, we sit down. They vote 7-0 against our project. He's holding the papers. They didn't even look at the papers. My architect stands up to ask what's going on. They were ready, or at least Alex was ready. He had Dylan jump up and scream at us, side loading, which was interpreted as being locating your second story solely over the garage, which is in violation of 4.7. It's clearly not located solely over the garage. Architect sits down, Dylan sits down, architect stands up, Dylan screams at him again. Architect sits down, Dylan stands up, architect sits down, architect's up. Out of here. We're walking out. We never got to show our project. I'm standing there trying to figure out, I want to scream something. What can I scream? Fire? No, you can't scream fire. Can I scream help? No, I can't scream help. Margaret says, let's go. 5.5 years ago. Is this the way we live? Is this the way, this is our government? How do you justify this? Okay, 5.5 years later, one of the supervisors, I believe Supervisor Hart here, must have said something, because they took that same project, that same design, and they said, okay, we'll pass it. Beautiful. Oh, it's going to cost you $100,000 more now because of inflation or whatever. Are we supposed to live with this garbage? You know, one of the members of the board down there aren't really allowed to speak to us because Alex doesn't want them to speak to us. But John got upset and he says, it's a lie, referring to my project. I had to present the official papers with the date on it, showing him that it's not a lie. He didn't recognize it. He had never seen it before because Alex had told him we made no changes. And they believed Alex.
Mr. Glaske, your time is up. Thank you.
I even got a call from the member saying that we made no changes. It was there.
And our next speaker is Jennifer Fullerton, to be followed by Rennie Dean Strong. Jennifer?
Hi. Good morning, Chair Hart and Board of Supervisors. My name is Jennifer Fullerton, and I'm here representing TVSB. I'm the board chair for TV Santa Barbara, and I'm privileged to have the opportunity to volunteer my time with this important community resource. For over 40 years, TVSB has provided training, equipment, and studio facilities to the residents of Santa Barbara County who wish to create non-commercial programming for 2 community access cable channels. TVSB is the only public access station in the county. And what most people don't know is that in addition to the local access programming and production services, we also offer youth programs that impact primarily moderate to low income youth in the Santa Barbara area. We have dozens of kids participating in our summer camps. Each year, we also partner with the United Way's Fun in the Sun program and have hundreds of kids impacted, and we also have after-school programs. And in addition to that, we also partner with many local nonprofits to provide discounted or free production services covering events like League of Women Voters, and also cover local events such as streaming the Solstice Parade live this last year. So it's no secret there are many nonprofits here in Santa Barbara County, and we're all competing for donations and funding. TVSB operates on a tiny budget with an extremely small staff, and every dollar we get is incredibly important to us in being able to provide the services that so many people in our community count on. So I'd like to thank all of you on the Board of Supervisors for your continued support of TVSB, and encourage you all to come down and check us out and learn more about the programs and services that we offer. I believe that TVSB is really one of Santa Barbara County's hidden gems, and we need all the support that we can get. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fullerton.
Our next speaker is Rennie Dean Strong, to be followed by Cindy Sinclair.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Rennie Dean Strong, Council, Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors, constituents, people in the audience, first responders. This is my 24th time speaking in front of Mayor Council's Board of Supervisors. San Luis Obispo here. I know you guys know this. We're going to make you famous, Sarah, Ms. Doss-Williams, since, last time I spoke, I made sure to let people know this is where we need to be meeting. And besides what's going on in New Jersey, and the people have surrounded about the vaccinations and said no more to this. So people need to know that, yes, our globalist, political, treasonous, criminal system keep pushing the agendas, you guys. Wind turbines, solar, that's the greenwashing. So thank you for the gentleman that spoke up there in Santa Maria. If you guys want to get wise about stuff, learn about permaculture design, learn about ecosystem building. What I have going on here is representing the warriors of my family lineage, and those that we all came from the motherland, Africa, and we all have forgotten the indigenous people. We've forgotten about Palestinian people. They were the native people of where Israel is, by the way. So the Rothschilds and those fake ultra-Zionist Jews that pretend, this is not about being anti-Semitic. This is about the lies that we've been told. And Israel, as they create their agenda for world dominance, and again, we have we got Satanists, Luciferians, and secret societies, and those running this system. You guys, the mayor councils, Chamber of Commerce's, the Rotary clubs, it's all one big club. But as George Carlin says, we weren't invited. So I asked, one of the big things, I'm on social media. I was Mr. Soloflex for 10 years in the 90s. My grandmother was poisoned by Monsanto, where my mom was born in St. Louis, Missouri as a country western singer. And my grandfather too, in a different poison. So I fight for those that can't be speaking. And if you are fair skinned like I partially am, and by the way, Arnold Schwarzenegger, you need to get a hold of me. I am your cousin. The Great Sioux Nation, Standing Rocks, I speak for the Mauna Kea, the people that are protectors of this land and of the waters. Stop fluorinating the water, stop geoengineering our skies, get the 5G technology out, get the glyphosate Roundup off the shelves, and we the people need to rise up and say no more in a peaceful, strong way. But I will take my oath right now and say I will protect and serve the Constitution, but let's rewrite it because it's been rewritten. And give me my guns, give me my badge, and it's time to arrest.
Mr. Strong, your time is up.
And
Thank you very much.
healing the land, healing the people. So bless everybody. Happy New Year. New sight, new vision. Bless you guys.
And our next speaker is Dr. Cinder Sinclair, to be followed by Pastor Chuck Reed.
Good morning, honorable supervisors and chair and staff. I'm Dr. Cinder Sinclair, and I'm here to speak on support of TV Santa Barbara. So you might know that Santa Barbara County has the second highest number of nonprofits per capita of any other county in the state. And you know, these nonprofits, as you know, supply so many important services for all of us, all over the county. We depend on that. And TV Santa Barbara provides an excellent service in getting the word out so that the nonprofits can be supported and the people can know which nonprofits provide which services. And they do this for free for the nonprofits. For example, I host a show called 805 Focus, where I interview nonprofits so they can talk about their mission and people can hear that. And so on behalf of the over 1,000 nonprofits and all of the residents in our community, I urge you to support in any and every way you can the good work of TV Santa Barbara. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sinclair.
And our next speaker is Pastor Chuck Reed, to be followed by Erica Schweitzer.
Hello, my name is Pastor Chuck. I've been in the city for about 12 years. Never thought I would be on TV. When I got hired by the PD, I was asked to walk up and down State Street and talk to those in need and get to know people and hear their stories and find out how they got to be on State Street homeless. Doing that, not only did I get a chance to meet some of the firefighters and some of the police officers, but I got a chance to meet some of you, from city council to this office, to business people on State Street. I just got a chance to know people and hear their story. And what I really found out was that people were interested in my story as well. A young man by the name of Jim Worthing saw me walking down State Street. We got involved with a person who was having some difficulty. The person was assisted, and Jim says, "You need to come and be on my TV show." And I'm like, "I can't be on a TV show. That's not what I do. I like helping guys. I want to sit down by the homeless folks and give them some assistance." He says, "No, you would be great. Come on and be on the show." And so I was on the show, scared and nervous, and we did the show. And after the show, Michael Nicholson said, "Oh, stop, hang out. I want to talk to you." And I'm thinking, okay, he wants to show me the studio. He says, "No, you need to do your own show." I'm like, "Not me, not in a million years. I could never do my own show." It's been 2 years we've been doing this show. We've had 60 shows already. Going into this year, we'll be doing a show every week. I want to thank Das, my good friend Das, Mr. Williams. He's been on the show. I believe I've asked Greg to be on the show. I've asked a few folks that are here have been on the show. And so it's an amazing opportunity to share stories about people that we would never know. I didn't know that, I should have known, but I didn't know how much Mr. Williams loved his kids until he was on that show. Like, wow, and he squeezed how much he just loves that baby girl. And that's something that here we don't really get to know about his heart. And a lot of people that have come on the show, we don't really know what they do. I've had Bill Brown, our sheriff, on the show. I didn't know that he grew up in the foreshadow of Billy Graham every day as a kid, Who knew that about the sheriff? I had Lori Lunow, the police chief, and she shared her love for biking. I didn't know she was a biker, but those are kind of the stories that we bring out. And I know each one of you have stories, just like we all have stories, just like each one of those homeless folks I work with have stories. Every morning at 6 a.m., I'm downstairs, walking around this building, waking up the homeless people that have been sleeping under this building every day. And the amazing thing that happens every morning is someone blesses me with their story. And that's what we try to do at TVSB, is share the story of the people. And I know you guys all have stories. Come on and share your story. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Reed. Appreciate that.
Our next speaker is Erica Schweitzer, to be followed by Hiba Hemdan.
Good morning. My name is Erica Schweitzer, and I'm a staff producer at TV Santa Barbara. And today I kind of just wanted to talk about the services we provide the community. When I think about the mission of TV Santa Barbara, I often think about the fact that we strive to help people make media that matters. And that could be through education, that could be through members who come in and make their own shows. But another facet of that is through our nonprofit advocacy. It's been touched upon before that annually we work with about 200 different nonprofits, and that work looks like helping organizations tell their stories through video. We've worked with organizations such as the American Heart Association, Boys and Girls Club, Special Olympics, and on. And what we do is help people advocate, fundraise, and bring awareness to their issues. And working in that has been some of the most meaningful experiences I've had, because I've seen that members of our population who are not always represented have a voice and a face to advocate for themselves. And so I think that's the heart of what community access is about, and it's really well worth preserving. And I thank you for your support of our station. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Hiba Hamdan, to be followed by Gary Dobbins.
Good morning and congratulations,
Thank you.
Chair Hart. I'm honored to be here to talk on behalf of TV Santa Barbara and tell you a little bit of what we do. It was the place, in fact, that kind of saved me out of depression when we first moved in 2015 from South Bay, Los Angeles to Santa Barbara because of my husband's work. He works at Cottage. And I didn't know anybody. I felt lonely. I was in between jobs. And then I heard about the station, went volunteered. And from there, doors opened. I even had the chance to work there, where I am today, and get to know my new community, my new hometown, and get to have many, many new friends. Now, all those before me who talked about TV Santa Barbara told you about the variety of shows we have, and I have put these shows on TV, whether that of the League of Women Santa Barbara, Pastor Chuck's program, even the county education office. We have 5 shows that go on a weekly basis about education in Santa Barbara. The community has a voice through our station. People get interviewed over our shows. We try to educate and inform our community. Even pets have a voice on our station through the Animal Zone program. So it's a variety of shows. We do our best to make them of quality and quality programming. And to give you an example, in between shows, if a show runs shorter, we put fillers in between the 2 shows, music and sceneries around the Santa Barbara County to relax our viewers, give them a boost. And the story behind this is one of our volunteers. We asked him to go and take these videos, short videos. And he was interviewed once on one of our shows, and he confessed that he had suicidal thoughts. And working as a volunteer and taking these videos helped him go through his struggle. And this is what we offer. We are here to serve our community, and TV Santa Barbara is the great place to start. And we invite you to come and visit us and see for yourself. And we'd love to have you there and hear your story. Thank you.
Thank you for the invitation, Hedda.
Our next speaker is Gary Dobbins, to be followed by Hap Freud.
Congratulations, Chair Hart.
Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisors. I've been involved, I'm probably the most senior of all the Access Television, over 30 years. I've been on the board, I helped write the bylaws, I helped do just about everything in place there. What I am here to speak to, you've already been addressed about all the nonprofits, of what I've produced and benefit to the county. In the very beginning, I had and produced a show called Carpinteria Live. During that time period, we were having struggles with our agriculture, which is I'm a strong supporter in our Carpinteria Valley. Naomi Swartz at that time was having trouble with what we called white blight. They were going after the growers for improving and building more greenhouses. I got her to come on. We got the public educated because they were also throwing out there about they were polluting the water table and such. The show was very beneficial to the county, her. I continued this with Salud, benefiting it. The community health of county health came and spoke at my Rotary Club. They spoke on the issue of immunization. After that talk, my president of Rotary asked me to develop a program to work with county health on immunization. For 5 years, we made and developed a program where I distributed all the information that needed to be for immunization of our children. It was a great success. Our club won major awards from the county for this. We had 100% in my final year. Next, I evolved a show for Rotary. Rotary is now got a show that has and tells throughout the county what each club's doing, what their projects are. My show is hosted by a former district governor. He's the current mayor of Carpinteria right now, Wade Namora. These shows have all benefited the county in stressful issues that come up. And especially now I have more issues coming up with naturally the agriculture. I fight hard for it, FFA. I've been involved with the Avocado Festival for 34 years. I'm still the current president. We promote agriculture and awareness in the avocado industry there. We bring in over 80 to 100,000 people over 3 days to educate people. So this is an important access. Remember, it is for all of us and all the communities. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
And our next speaker is Hap, my apologies, Friend, to be followed by Eric Davis.
Not tall as Gary. Okay. Good morning. Congratulations, Chair Hart.
Thank you.
And the rest of you. My name is Hap Freund. From 2003 until 2009, I was the first executive director of TV Santa Barbara when it became a nonprofit. In the mid-1980s, I was working for the city and county of Honolulu, and I fell into working on television. And with 100 nonprofits, I got them together and we produced documentaries on issues such as homelessness, family violence, and teen pregnancy. I was hired by the city of Ashland, Oregon to develop their public and educational government. I ran the city of Seattle's government TV channel for 4 years, was their first director. Last year with Melinda Burns, I produced a documentary on the Montecito mud disaster using facilities at TVSB, and currently I co-produce a program with Jerry Roberts. I know a lot about the value of community media. Besides what people have already said, I want to point out it's not just providing a vehicle for nonprofits to produce content, it also is a distribution model that keeps evolving with the current technology. I thought Chairman Hart's comments about the value of community and nonprofits and the connectivity was really important. The TVSB actually is really the media arm for many nonprofits in our community. I'm here today to specifically talk to you about an item on the closed session, the lawsuit you brought in your capacity as the board of the Santa Barbara Fund for Public and Educational Access. The county does not pay a dime to support public and educational access. You allocate none of the money that flows to you through DFCA, the state cable TV franchise, which is approximately $200,000 per year to public and educational access. The city of Santa Barbara supports community access. I think you should too. The issue in your closed session offers you a chance to right this wrong, to use some of the money in the $1 billion capital endowment, which was created for the long-term benefit of public and educational access. As a recovering or lapsed lawyer, I have some strong opinions on your legal position. It may be tenuous, but I won't go into that, as I have less than a minute left. I think it's wrong for the county to have met in secret to propose to divide up funds among yourselves and to not involve the only designated beneficiary of the endowment, public and educational access channels, and to use it for purposes not related to the stated intent of the gift. The county budget exceeds $1 billion. The endowment money comes to less than 0.0001 of your entire budget, which I think means it's 1/10,000th of your budget. Do you really need to appropriate the entire $1 million cable access endowment for other projects? I would urge you to support independent community media that serves your constituents. You have the means to do this in closed session. It would avoid the need for a lawsuit that could prove costly to all parties and embarrassing to the county in the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Freund.
And our next speaker is Eric Davis, to be followed by Tracy Beard. Eric?
Good afternoon, Chairman Hart, County Supervisors. My name is Eric Davis, Executive Director of TV Santa Barbara. I am here today to ask for your support, a partnership that will benefit the entire Santa Barbara County community. For over 45 years, TVSB has been serving as the region's Community Access Center, created with the purpose of protecting our First Amendment right to free speech. The mission of TVSB is to empower people to make media that matters. We do this providing community members with knowledge, resources, tools to create and distribute their own original programming. Today, TVSB plays an increasingly important role in our community. We provide summer camps where young kids can learn the valuable skills and the importance of media literacy, critical in the digital age. We provide open access for members of the community to check out equipment and use our facilities. We support the only Spanish language broadcast in Santa Barbara County. We provide a home for the Santa Barbara County Education Office, and we provide 24/7 programming of local content on 2 channels. As you've heard, TVSB supports over 200 nonprofit organizations, providing video services at well below market rate. The Santa Barbara Foundation, the American Heart Association of Santa Barbara County, and hundreds more. TVSB offers training programs, educating and teaching interested community members in the valuable skills of editing, videography, lighting, and podcasting. And we fill a valuable need in this community, covering events like the Veterans Stand Down event in Santa Maria to the Economic Forecast Project taking place at the Granada later this month. These events would not be made available to the public without TV Santa Barbara. We cover the League of Women Voters candidate forums at well below market costs. And I'm here before you because I think a long-term partnership with TVSB and the County of Santa Barbara is the right move. We'd be stronger together. The City of Goleta has partnered with TVSB to produce their census videos this month. Last year, the City of Carpinteria partnered with us to enhance their government broadcasts. And we have a great relationship with the City of Santa Barbara and their government video channel team. We are stronger together, and I encourage your support, a long-term relationship with TV Santa Barbara. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Supervisor Hartman?
Mr. Davis, I had a question, or a couple, if I might. Could you describe the geographic area that's covered and the audience that's served?
Yeah, the geographic is the Cox Cable Reach. So it's 40 to 45 to 50,000 people within the Cox designated area, channel 17 and 71. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
And our next speaker is Tracy Beard, to be followed by Mark Melson. Tracy?
Thank you all, supervisors and chair. I'm here today as a 5-year board member for this organization. I live in Mid-County, I like to say, but I represent all of Santa Barbara County. And the reason I got involved with this was to make sure our public access communication was heard all through. We've been trying very hard to move north, which we have with our veteran stand down over the last 5 years. The Women's Commission has used this organization. Last year we did use our county. We need to make sure that we have public access to our community. This is very important that we become one county and one communication to our organization, to everyone here. I'm very happy to say that we've done nothing but good for our children in this community with our social media education. We are sold out every year with our classes for our summer programs that we have to do, start looking at how do we teach social media awareness to our community. That is probably the most important thing we can teach to our children, that we are the only people teaching that in this county right now, the only organization. We are 7/24, 7 days a week. Public access is for the whole community. We need your partnership, and please consider that you are the steward of this funding and the stewards that we need to have some of this funding, and you know how much money that nonprofits need for this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beard.
Our next speaker is Mark Melson, to be followed by Rebecca Brand. Mark?
Chair Hart and Board of Supervisors, I like to use quotes. At no time is freedom of speech more precious than when a man hits his thumb with a hammer. Thank you for giving me a voice to speak, to tell my story today. This public comment and what we do at TV Santa Barbara has a lot in common. It gives the community the right to speak, to voice their concerns about what happens in their community. We also give our community a voice to speak, to tell their story about what happens in their community. And this right is so fundamental that our Bill of Rights, it's the First Amendment. Over the years, I have seen the impact that this invaluable community resource has had on not only me, but our community. I started my journey 24 years ago as an intern at what we called ourselves back then KCTV. Some of you might have remembered that. I'd also like to note that all of our staff actually got their start as interns or volunteers. This community resource has not only made a positive impact on my life through employment, training, and opportunities, but also all the talented community producers that I've had the privilege to meet and to work with that help us make the vital community content that we share with our community. That, I believe, makes for a stronger, more diverse, and more whole community. And I would hope that you see this for what it is, an irreplaceable community asset that deserves your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rebecca Brand, to be followed by Donna Reeves.
Good morning, supervisors. Hello, Chair Hart, and thank you all interested community members that are here. My name's Rebecca Brand, and I'm a content producer at TVSB. I also have another job. I'm the #1 hired influencer in all the world on YouTube, over 1.9 billion YouTubers, and I produce out of our beautiful town. As an afterthought, I started producing content for TVSB. Why not? It's in my community. I can do cooking shows, how to clean, now doing a travel show as well with Arthur von Wiesenberger. I'm doing all kinds of things. But what it showed me was a glimpse into our community on a very personal level, as I was noticed in Smart and Final or where I was going to get my stuff, and like, wow, people really watch TVSB. Last year, I I just collaborated and we spoke with Eric Davis and Mark Nelson and at TVSB to start broadcasting live on other medias. So in case you don't or aren't able to purchase Cox and get TVSB, there's all kinds of other media outlets for those cord cutters and cord nevers. The kids, the people don't have the money nor the inclination to ever get Cox. If you can have internet now in 2020, you're able to see what's going on in our community, and you can see it worldwide. That's very powerful. Now TVSB is starting to generate multiple platforms. So when anybody does a show in the studio, they can put the plugs in, so it'll go Facebook Live, Instagram Live, YouTube Live, everywhere. And I know one of the things you mentioned, Chair Hart, was disasters in Santa Barbara. Can you imagine the power you will have, the power our city will have by being able to broadcast to everybody through all those media outfits in case a disaster were to happen again? I'm sure the board of directors are going to be working on what would happen. So we have some news outlets, but they may not cover all the things that we can cover for our community at TVSB. And although it's fun to provide a cooking show and to do the things I do and travel around the world and inspire and help, maybe other people in Santa Barbara, there's a larger mission that TVSB is able to help our community on with all the things we've heard today. And this is another one, so I know you have a lot to evaluate, and so appreciate your support of TVSB and looking forward to continued more support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brand.
Our next speaker is Donna Reeves, to be followed by Oscar Gutierrez.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. My name is Donna Reeves, and I'm a development consultant and have been for about the past 25 years here in Santa Barbara. I've worked with several different nonprofit organizations, from Boys and Girls Clubs to CASA to, I'm now the development director for the Turner Foundation, but I've also been working with TVSB for the last 4 years. And one of the things that I find, not only just from the media aspect of what they provide for the community and all of those important aspects, but they also have a concern for children, for teaching children, for media literacy, which is really very important as far as teaching children the importance of being protective when you're on the media, what to do, what to look out for, and educating them to all those various different aspects. They also have developed a vocational training program for teens. So, which vocational training is no longer provided in our school systems. So we don't have auto shop, we don't have, whatever, we just don't have those opportunities anymore. And so what they've done is they have been able to provide a vocational training so that they can bring in kids to learn things, because let's face it, there are a certain percentage, no matter how much we try to push for higher education, there's a certain percentage of kids that are just not going to be able to have the opportunity to go on to college. So what better way than to give them as many opportunities as they can have in order to be able to be successful and maybe be able to support their family, or and grow their family, because they're not going to have the education opportunities. So if we provide that for them, and which TVSB has developed a program to be able to do, so that we can teach these kids all about the different types of production and media production, and from the studio aspects to the camera aspects to out in the field to sound and all the technology that they have available. We're able to actually train these kids so that after they've gone through the program, they also have an opportunity for a paid internship so that they can go ahead and continue that progress forward. So I just felt that it was important for me to discuss that aspect of what they do as well, because no matter, the importance of their broadcasting and their being able to provide media to the county of Santa Barbara, they also have a focus on kids. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reeves.
And our next speaker is Oscar Gutierrez, to be followed by Dorothy Dent, who's our final speaker.
Welcome, City Councilmember Gutierrez. It's a pleasure to have you here today. Thanks for coming.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Hart and Supervisors. Today I'm not speaking to you as a colleague or as a mentee. I'm speaking to you as a concerned citizen and advocate for freedom of speech. As many of you know, I was born and raised here in Santa Barbara, and growing up on the west side of Santa Barbara during the 80s and 90s, we felt like we didn't have a voice. So in my freshman year of college, when I got involved with TV Santa Barbara, I found that voice, and it really inspired me to do more for my community. I wouldn't be where I am today if it wasn't for community media. It really kind of lit the fire under me to be able to be an advocate for a lot of the issues that are facing our community, and tell the stories of the people that are too afraid or unable to tell the stories themselves. We are one of the only outlets in the county that encourage Spanish speakers to produce their media. Right now we have the only Spanish-speaking news-related show in Santa Barbara, and to kind of add on to our Executive Director Eric's question that you asked, Ms. Hartman, we have a global outreach because even my cousins in Mexico watch the shows that we produce, and they say, it's kind of sad that I know what's going on in your town better than I know what's going on in my town, because they don't have community media, and it fills me with a lot of pride, especially since I just recently went to China and I spoke to the people there. And when you live in a society that has state-run media, you can tell. It's really sad, and that was an eye-opening experience. It made me feel extremely lucky to live in a community with like-minded people that support an institution like this. We've been training young aspiring journalists and broadcasters since I started working there, and they've gone on to get jobs at CNN and Fox News and C-SPAN and a bunch of other corporations. And to know that we're training them to be media literate, to know the difference between right and wrong, and hopefully plant the seeds of correcting what happened in 2016 when the media goes unchecked and certain people gain power because of that. I just encourage you to support us, because you will all be supporting the change that I'm sure you want, not just in our community, but in our nation and in our world. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gutierrez.
And our final speaker is Dorothy Dent.
Good morning. I would like to comment that the Channel 17 is great, and Oscar Gutierrez has been a wonderful advocate. When you need to speak with someone, he's available. And also Independent Living Resource is a wonderful organization that's featured in your agenda today too. But my name is Dorothy Dent, and I wish not to, and wish yourselves not to, accept further injustice by officials, elected or otherwise. Please stop poisoning, confining, drugging, exploiting, and killing innocent, healthy people, animals, and our environment. Today, though, I speak specifically of the Santa Barbara probate system. People's rights have been compromised, and the crimes are still being committed, even though in the last 4 years of mine and many reports, the knowledge of these far-reaching crimes have come to be realized, and there's finally prosecution and termination of the illegal prescription of harmful, debilitating drugs and chemical restraints that addict and kill innocent people, particularly elders whom these drugs were never intended to treat. Even worse, there has been no damage control locally and no change to the illegal probate procedures that your board members are financially supporting and thus aiding and abetting, hopefully unbeknownst to you. These procedures cause healthy elders to be removed from their homes, isolated, medicated, hospiced, confined, bedbound, exploited, and killed. This very decades-old illegal procedures remove elders and others from their happy homes where they have lived sometimes their whole lives and have planned to live out their life and retirement, where they will give to nonprofits, hire workers to help them, work on their homes, and enjoy what their beautiful communities within this county have to offer. But instead, the Department 5 court, as I am witnessing, possibly others as I've heard, for the last 4 years chooses to disobey state probate law, which strictly forbids removing healthy, happy people from their homes, no matter if they own them outright or rent. The judge, with no doctor order, presents a mandate to prescribe psychotropic drugs against the will and need of the individual, allows the illegal moving of them against their will or need, and into abysmal facilities where they are constantly drugged to the point where former happy, active, ambulatory people are stuck indoors, isolated, prevented from seeing their loving, hardworking family members who go out of their way to go visit them wherever they may be, but are prevented even when the laws say they may. No evidentiary hearings are held even when requested. The least restrictive setting, as is required, is not even considered. No jury trial is offered as required. Conflicts of interest are not
Ms.
honored
Dent,
to
your
recused
time
court
is up.
officers. In closing, please stop allowing elders to be drugged, confined, and killed by allowing placement of otherwise healthy individuals on hospice illegally who are supposed to be watched over by the courts and allowed to have liberty, justice, health, and happiness in their retirement. Thank you.
Ms. Dent. Madam Clerk, is that the last public item?
Yes, Chair Hart, members of the board, that was our final speaker.
Well, thank you all for coming and speaking today. I think we'll take a 10-minute break and then come back for the departmental items. 10 minutes or 15? 10 is great. Okay, thank you.
The next item on our agenda is Department Item 1. Will the clerk please read the item into the record?
Chair Hart, members of the board, departmental item number 1 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Board of Supervisors 2020 Commission and Committee appointments. And as the board will recall, each January, the Board of Supervisors consider appointments to boards, commissions, and committees on which a member or members of the Board of Supervisors serve. And we had 3 attachments to the board letter related to this item today. Attachment 1 is a list of all boards, commissions, and committees. Attachment 2 is the current Board of Supervisors appointments, and Attachment 3 is the current Board of Supervisors appointments organized by supervisor. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Chair Hart and the rest of the board for discussion.
Well, I think the way that this has worked well in the past is just to go through item by item and see if folks want to continue or potentially trade their assignments. So starting with the Behavioral Wellness Commission, I am the regular member and would like to continue serving in that capacity. Anyone else interested? Okay. Number B is the Area Agency on Aging. That is Supervisor Lavanino. Okay. Anybody else interested? Okay. The Library Advisory Committee is Supervisor Williams.
I love serving on that.
Okay. The Community Action Commission is Supervisor Lavanino.
Mr. Lavanino said I didn't say that loud enough. No. I love serving on the library.
I'm saying you just one-upped all of us. Well, you know what? I really love the Community Action Commission, so.
The bar is very high now.
I'm okay with that one.
Okay, CAC is Supervisor Lavanino as the regular member and Supervisor Hartman is the alternate member. Everybody okay with that? I see a thumbs up and a nodding head. That's good. Okay. The CenCal Health, Supervisor Hartman is the regular member, no alternate. Keep that. The Beach Erosion Authority for Control, Operations, and Nourishment, otherwise known as Beacon, Supervisor Williams and myself are the regular members, and Supervisor Hartman is the alternate member. I'd like to keep serving in that capacity. Supervisor Williams, are you as well?
I would love to keep serving in that capacity.
And Supervisor Hartman is the alternate. The Law Library Board of Trustees, I know that is traditionally the chair, but I know that Supervisor Hartman really, really likes that. Is that right?
I'm happy to continue.
Okay, let's do that. The Kids Network Policy Council, Supervisor Hartman is the chair and Supervisor Adam is the vice chair. Everybody okay with that?
I won't give it up.
Okay, that was a passionate advocacy there. The Legislative Program Committee, we have Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Hartman. At some point, I would be interested in serving, but I think that both Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Hartman are liking doing that as well, so maybe someday. The Debt Advisory Committee is Supervisor Adam as the regular member and Supervisor Lavanino as the alternate.
I'm there just to make sure he doesn't spend us into oblivion, so.
It's a good thing you're
I'll
there.
be alternate.
Good. The Adult and Aging Network, one chair of the Policy Council, one chair and one co-chair. Supervisor Williams is chair and Supervisor Hartman is co-chair.
My staff are operating well in that capacity in my stead, so I can continue that duty unless another supervisor is urgent about it.
I think it'd be great to have you continue. Thank you. Supervisor Hartman as well, too?
Yes.
Okay. The Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council, 2 members, 1 North County, 1 South. Supervisor Adams is the North County member, and I am the South County member, and I enjoy that service. Supervisor Adam, you as well? Okay. First Five Children and Families Commission of Santa Barbara County, 1 regular member. Supervisor Williams is the regular member, and Supervisor Hartman is the alternate member. Everybody's fine there, too. The Multi-Jurisdictional Solid Waste Task Force, 2 regular members, Supervisor Hartman and Supervisor Williams. Okay. The Indian Gaming Local Community Benefit Committee, Supervisor Hartman and Supervisor Williams as well.
Dynamic duo.
The National Association of Counties, NACO representative, Supervisor Lavanino is the regular member and Supervisor Williams as the alternate member. Someday I'd like to graduate to that too, so put my name on the list. The California State Association of Counties representative, 1 regular member and 1 alternate member. Supervisor Williams is the regular member and Supervisor Adam is the alternate member. Anybody want to give that one up? I'd be an alternate or anything. No? You're good? I'd love it. Thank you. That's very kind of you. I appreciate that. The Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act Board, Supervisor Lavanino. Okay. Got it. The Community Corrections Partnership Representative, Supervisor Hart is the representative, and I like doing that. Thank you. The Psychiatric Health Facility Governing Board, Supervisor Williams is the regular member, and I am the alternate member. That'd be fine to continue? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, unless you want to swap those respective roles, but I've learned a lot.
Works fine the way we do
about
it.
the minutia of state regulation on healthcare facilities.
It is truly the minutia. It shows you how committed our staff is to following all the actual black letter rule of law. The Child Care Planning Council. That's true. There is no other way, is there? We'll lose a lot of money if we do it any other way. I serve on the Child Care Planning Council and like that. The Funders Collaborative of Home for Good, Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Lavanino are the regular members. Works. He's fine.
Love to continue on that.
And finally, item W, the Elected Officials Committee on Regional Homelessness Solutions. 2 regular members, Supervisor Hartman and Supervisor Hart as regular members. And I think we're good with that too. All right, well, thank you. Is there any public comment on this item?
Chair Hart and members of the board, we have no requests to speak on this item.
Okay. Can I get a motion to make the appointments as we discussed?
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and second. All those in favor say aye. Matter carries unanimously. Thank you. The next item is item number 2. Would the clerk please read the item into the record?
Chair Hart and members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the KPMG operational and performance review of the County Executive Office.
Good morning, board members. I'm going to kick this presentation off, and then I'm going to hand it over to Jeff Frapwell, who's been assisting in the KPMG reviews, and then have members of KPMG staff here to present. So I'm going to present a little bit, have them present, and then we'll talk about what the County Executive Office's time frame is. So that's what we're going to do today. So just context, as you recall, that we selected KPMG in May 2019 after a competitive process to do these evaluations and assessments of all our departments to improve our efficiency, effectiveness, and improve service to our residents and our community as part of our Renew 22 initiative to improve our organization. So in this first year, 9 departments are scheduled to have a review. They are in the process of completing or have completed the CEO, HR, and General Services departments. They've begun or are in the process and underway with public health and planning and development. And then beginning early this year, they'll be starting our public safety departments. And again, our intent was that all departments will be reviewed over a 4-year period. With that, I'm going to have Mr. Frappel talk about the scope and a little bit about our office and then hand it over to KPMG.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. So really just to set background for what you'll hear today and as we'll hear in future KPMG reports. The purpose of the review is really to look at and examine for each department and give us a fresh eyes, an independent look at the processes that we have, that we use in the county government to provide key public services, both internally focused and externally focused. It's really to compare the best practices and really to highlight improvements that we as a county government can make to continue our evolution to a high-performing organization. Specifically and importantly, this is not a financial audit. I mean, I think oftentimes you hear KPMG or you hear one of the big audit firms, you think of a financial audit. This is not a financial audit. This is really more of a management audit and an operational audit to help departments focus and to take a fresh look at how we do our business. The recommendations will often, and you'll see these in both the report that we have before you today as well as in future reports, they really are there to identify and should result, if implemented, into savings, efficiency, and better performance and outcome. We focus on certain areas within the CEO's office. We decided to go first, lead by example. I think that's important to do. We're very serious, as Mona mentioned, that this is part of our larger Renew effort, and being mindful of how we transform our organization to be both resilient organizationally and financially, as well as effective in delivery of key services. So just quickly, a look at the CEO organization. The report references our department having 37 FTE, but in actuality, we did, as part of the last budget process, move one authorized position, transferred it from our office into ICT within general services. But here's how our organization looks. Our total budget is $42.2 million. But if you take out the risk funds, which are largely pass-through monies to our insurance organizations, it leaves about $7.5 million for operational budget within the CEO's office. And you can see here our organizational chart. Again, this was done, this reflects what was done in the report, which is at a time where before we've gone through some transition or in the middle of going through some transition. So this reflects the organization evaluated by KPMG, where we have 5 basic function areas as well as support for office administration. You can see how this breaks down. I won't go through each of the boxes, but this is kind of how we are organized, with the ACOs in charge of both functional areas within the county, as well as myself in charge of budget and finance. I'm going to turn the next kind of section of this report over to Bill Zizik and Kiva Thornton from KPMG, and I'll let Bill kick it off.
Well, thank you. Good morning, I believe, still. Good morning, Chair Hart and Board of Supervisors. Our pleasure to be here today with you all and to give you an overview of the recommendations we've had for the CEO's office. Again, my name is Bill Zizik, Managing Director and your KPMG Engagement Leader. With me today is Kiva Thornton, who is our KPMG Engagement Director and is on the ground with your departments day in and day out with our teams. Brief word on KPMG. Again, appreciate the comments about us not doing a financial audit. We actually are an advisory part of the firm, and we're very committed to not only counties in California, but also across the United States. We're sponsors and contributors to both CSAC and NACO, and want to play our role in helping county organizations improve their performance, better serve their communities. Our performance review process, which is starting now, the CEO's office, the first to undergo it, is designed to be a challenging one. We come in, we challenge assumptions, we look at the way resources are being utilized, how service is being delivered to both internal and external customers. And it requires a great deal of engagement from the departmental staff, leaders, to provide data, to provide their perspectives on what's going well and what's not, to provide their insights into their daily operations and the challenges they face. Our process seeks to provide departments with recommendations and options to help them identify where they can improve. And our emerging themes and recommendations, we like to share those early and often with departmental leadership. We like to ensure that not only are our observations accurate, but that there is an understanding of how they were constructed and that there is buy-in in how they can be taken from assessment into action. In terms of our timeline, this is our year one timeline. As was mentioned, the CEO's office began in May and concluded in September of 2019. We then moved to general services and HR, which in turn concluded in November of 2019, and those reports have been reviewed by those departments' leadership and divisional management. And we're now underway with planning and development and public health, expected to conclude respectively in January and February. And we will then commence public safety with the sheriff and public defender first in February, and then the district attorney and probation slated thereafter later in the spring. One note is that as we roll through the timeline, we recognize that this is a countywide process. We don't want our recommendations to be made in isolation for each department. We do have to provide a point-in-time report, as you're seeing today, but we do expect that there will be a cumulative nature to some of these recommendations, and as we gain perspectives of the departments that we work with that we've yet to talk to, We may build upon some of the recommendations that you're going to hear today or that you'll read about in the months to come.
So now I'll just walk you through our methodology and the recommendations for the County Executive Office. As Bill mentioned, we started the review in May, and over an 8 to 12 week period, we conducted over 30 interviews with the staff of the office, and we also had meetings with the Board of Supervisors to collect your thoughts on the operations. We analysed all data available, understanding that the work that the office undertakes is not necessarily structured and recorded in a systematic way, but we reviewed policies, reports and data to understand the workings and the workload of the office. We developed an internal customer survey that was responded to by 46 responses across the organisation. It was sent to the Board of Supervisors, Chiefs of Staff, Department Directors and Assistant Department Directors, who responded and provided their thoughts and input on the office. And we also conducted a benchmark and leading practice review. We used the 8 benchmark counties that the County of Santa Barbara typically benchmarks against and provided additional insights into operations, which you'll find at the back of the report. To set some context for the report and for all our reviews of departments throughout this initiative, we are looking to identify opportunities and address or find solutions to challenges that the departments are currently facing. There are many things that the departments are doing well that are highlighted in the commendations, but the body of the report is to focus on opportunities. So we just want to make sure that the context is set, that all the departments we're reviewing will make note of where things are successful, but then provide opportunities for improvement. With regards to the County Executive Office, one of our biggest commendations is with regards to the Renew 22 initiative. It's a great step for the county and with the support of the board to provide Santa Barbara with a forward-looking initiative. A lot of the departments are supportive of the initiative. Goals have been set, and speaking to ACEO Terry before this, there's a significant amount of the goals have been met to date. So we really commend that initiative. We don't see many counties undertaking such a transformation initiative over this period. In addition, the county is undertaking a lot of strategic initiatives. There are a lot of competing priorities, but there is a real focus on driving strategic initiatives forward, and a lot of the focus of the ACEOs and the office is to support and implement successfully those initiatives. The structure of the office is commended in terms of the setup of the ACEOs over functional groups. This enables one of our recommendations to be able to manage in a cross-departmental way and across functional groups rather than in departmental silos. So that structure is in place to enable that recommendation to move forward. We would also commend the working relationship that the office has with the supervisors and with their staff. There is a great focus on shared responsibilities, and everybody is really committed to achieving the goals of the county. We would also recognise that the fiscal management of the county is excellent, especially with the disasters that the county has faced over the last 3 years. The fiscal management and the recovery of funds from FEMA in a short space of time is to be applauded. And we would also comment, not just within the office, but on the county as a whole, is there is a real awareness of the need to improve technology and to integrate technology into operations, and we see that there are a lot of initiatives starting to move that forward, especially the BANA project and the IT inventory that has recently happened. So we want to make sure that the context of the report is set, that there are opportunities for improvement, but there are many things that the office is doing well. So we have set up the report in 3 sections. Enterprise enablement recommendations are recommendations that will impact the whole of the county, that the CEO's office will take responsibility for. The office enabled recommendations are the internal processes and procedures that could be improved to enable the support of the enterprise recommendations. And then we have recommendations at the program level, so clerk of the board, risk management, budget and research, and OEM. So to start on the enterprise enablement recommendations, our first and primary recommendation is regarding a county-wide strategy and performance management. The Renew 22 initiative is an excellent transformation initiative, but it is internally focused in terms of the internal operations of the county. It doesn't provide or set the priorities for the county as a whole, externally facing, and how the county intends to support the residents and local businesses. And setting strategic priorities at that level externally will allow internal departments to have a concise vision and direction for their operations. This is not necessarily an easy task, but something that we think should be led by the CEO's office in terms of setting the priorities, getting validation and buy-in from the board, and then using that to set the direction of each individual department and groups of departments within the county. That should be tied to a performance management framework. We see that counties that set strategic priorities tie them to outcomes and then measure against those outcomes and provide those updates to the community so that they can see and have an insight into the operation of their county. These performance measurements should be at the functional level, so shared priorities such as reduced recidivism, healthier counties or healthier communities, apologies, and then at the individual department level as well, so that an individual department can see and have outcomes that are driving towards the overall goals of the county. The second recommendation for enhanced budget monitoring and forecasting, this is not to say that the current budget process has issues, but we think that in terms of budget forecasting and monitoring, it's primarily done on a quarterly basis with less emphasis on monthly tracking. And the emphasis on the 5-year forecast, due to the budget cycle, departments do not spend as much time on the 5-year forecast or the monthly budgeting as compared to the quarterly budgeting. We think there's an opportunity to improve that cycle and have more accountability within that cycle so that the county is more prepared for and we can provide sensitivity analysis or horizon scanning to make sure that if things happen in that cycle, they can address them proactively rather than reactively on a quarterly basis. The coordination structure for functional group management, number 3, as we said, that the ACO is set up in a structure where they do manage a group of departments. This is not managed necessarily in that way in terms of looking at cross-departmental issues or solutions, and we've recommended that to further enable the ability to problem solve at a functional group level or cross-departmental level, there should be a setting of an all-hands meeting for departments under each ACO so they can understand their common issues, common challenges, and they can share knowledge and opportunities, and also address solutions for their overlapping populations. We know that residents have multiple needs, they're served by multiple departments, and being able to manage operations at that functional group level should help serve those residents in a more effective way. The assessment and prioritization of strategic initiatives, this talks about the office is managing multiple strategic initiatives. They all compete for time and attention, and there's a lot of initiatives that are operating concurrently. There is no triage or intake process at a strategic level to understand what initiatives are happening, when they should happen, what are the dependencies of these initiatives. And so we would recommend just a more formalized process to understand what initiatives must happen, should, could, or shouldn't happen, and then having a formalized sequential process so you can see the interdependencies between initiatives, understand where duplication may occur, or understand what the critical path is for some of these initiatives to make sure that they're happening in the right order. And then finally, for the enterprise enablement recommendations is the implementation of the strategic communication plan. The strategic communication plan was developed in 2015, and there has been effort to implement some of the recommendations, but not all to date. Given the Renew 22 initiative, we think it's important that there's a structured communications plan in place so that county and internal and residents alike are getting timely information from the county with regards to updates and achievements that have been made. There is also the impact of the recent disasters to make sure that leveraging all the PIOs and communications officers across the county to ensure that everybody has the same information and knows how to distribute that to the departments and to residents alike.
If I could make one comment before we leave this slide. The first is, we believe these 5 initiatives represent a step in enhancing the maturity of the office. We don't want to suggest that the office is in chaos by any means, but we do want to suggest that there are opportunities, especially given some of the incidents that this county has faced, to improve resilience in the future by structuralizing some of this a bit more. And so with that, we also wanted to note that some of these 5 will require deeper involvement from the board, from your board. For instance, in number 1, in setting the countywide strategy, the priorities, and what are those highest level outcome indicators that tell you this county is doing a good job. You have a healthy economy, you have healthy families, you have safe communities, you have a well-run government. What's that report card look like? And that really is something that requires your board to provide input on, and then staff can drive down through the organization. Similarly, number 4, which talks about the assessment and the prioritization of the various strategic initiatives, there will be a certain cutoff where staff may prioritize downward, but there are certain thresholds that do require choices and your representation of public input in terms of what is best for this county to move forward and investment of those tax dollars. And so there is a balance here of both policy and administrative in this group of recommendations, and we would hopefully look to the guidance of the CEO's office to ensure that you are involved at the appropriate levels in the implementation of all of these items.
So the next recommendations are the office enablement recommendations. These really are just the internal processes and procedures that could be improved and streamlined to enable the office to successfully implement and maintain the enterprise enablement recommendations and support the rest of the county departments. The first one is the alignment of roles and activities amongst positions. So there is, as we said earlier, a lot of activity that's undertook in the office. There is many competing priorities, and we would recommend that there is a high-level review done of, is everybody operating at the top of their level? You know, is everybody performing activities that they should be performing and getting the best value of their time? So this may require a review of the analyst activities to ensure that they are appropriately able to split their time between research, budget activities, policy issues, and providing as much support to the ACEO as possible so that the ACEOs can focus on the strategic initiatives or strategic issues and be forward-looking and proactive for the county, rather than, in some instances, being in a reactive state just due to the volume of work and the division of that workload amongst the office. Another key point, not just for the county executive office, but for all departments within Santa Barbara, from what we have seen so far, is succession planning. There is a high risk with regards to attrition or retirement and the loss of institutional knowledge across the county. So succession planning comes in 2 parts. One is the identification of high-performing individuals, not necessarily within their current department, but within the county in general, to support their career development path and promote them staying within the county and moving cross departments to make sure that you're maximizing the use of those individuals and supporting their own personal career development. But also the documentation of key processes, procedures, critical positions and skills within the organization, so you're aware of and can manage to the risk that somebody leaving the organization may present. We want to make sure that this isn't an overly burdensome task in terms of documenting processes or documenting roles, but to the extent that you don't lose that institutional knowledge and it doesn't become a bigger risk to the county operations. The internal communication and information sharing I'm sure as you all know within your own offices as well, this is just to ensure that the level of information that is appropriate is flowing up and down through the levels within the office. So the analysts are aware of information that the ACEOs have when they've had their monthly or weekly meetings with the department members. So the analysts can then appropriately apply that to budgeting or to research. And similarly, that the ACEOs know what the analysts are working on, so they can also use that information in the work that they're doing. So it's more around appropriate cadence of information, but knowledge sharing so that everybody is able to be more effective in the roles that they perform. The technology integration for manual workload, we have made a recommendation for a paperless office. I know that many of these recommendations have been adopted by some, but maybe not all. And really it's about making the best use and value of somebody's time, and not just saying the environmental benefit of that as well. But we've also made a recommendation for a document management system, so even if something as simple as a SharePoint, so that people have access to the information as needed. They're not searching for paper binders, and you're able to share information across ACOs, especially as we're recommending the ACOs work closer together and at that functional group level. Having that document management process should make that process more efficient. And then the last recommendation around a structured project management approach is the ACEOs and the County Executive Office does take a lot of responsibility for leading these strategic initiatives, and in some cases acting as the PMO for these strategic initiatives. We feel that it would be appropriate for the departments to take more ownership and responsibility in that, and have the ACEOs or the office act as part of the governance board and provide direction, but rather than them spending a significant portion of their time directly leading these initiatives. So this applying a structured project management approach will be able to decide when it's appropriate for the office to be that project manager, or when it's more appropriate for them to be the governance board for that initiative, but making sure that all the roles are clearly defined in projects, so that there's a more successful implementation. Then, I won't go into detail for every single recommendation for the programme areas, but I'll just highlight some focus areas for each one. For the Clerk of the Board, we recognise that there is a lot of work that's being done with regards to technology integration and improvement of processes, especially with the approval tracking that they've been piloting with the General Services Department. So we would just recommend that when those projects are being undertaken, there's a structured implementation plan. So all departments are aware of the rollout and have their appropriate training so that the implementation can be smooth and successful. And we would also encourage identification of other process improvements based on data. It can at times be a very manual process, and any integration of additional technology or processes to automate would be recommended to release the manual burden on the staff of the office. For the Office of Emergency Management, we're aware that there have been several number of activations over the last number of years, and what we would encourage is for the relatively small staff there to look to the wider county and departments for support in their day-to-day activities, and look at what activities could be potentially outsourced with regards to planning and life cycle, or they could look to the Sheriff's Department or Fire Department or other supporting departments that can provide them with assistance, and they can leverage those resources. At the moment, there's a slight delay to their planning cycle, and so to be able to make up that time, there are plenty of county resources that could be utilised. For the risk management function, and this will require input from the board, but the clarification of the vision and scope for risk management. At the moment, risk management focus is quite operational, maybe not as strategic as some other risk management functions. And really it's the board in conjunction with the office to review the function of risk management and ensure that it's aligned to their vision, and then ensure that they are staffed appropriately or have the appropriate tools and capabilities to be able to deliver upon that. And for budget and research, some of our recommendations are understanding that there is the current BANA project and there are technology constraints. But what we would encourage is more integration with the departments in the budgeting and forecasting process. Some departments are relatively self-sufficient, others require more input from the budget analysts, and we would encourage either enhanced training or enhanced integration with the department so they can be self-sufficient with limited input from the analysts, and a focus on measuring the activities with regards to budget. So monthly and quarterly performance metrics, understanding the reason behind budget requests, and then tracking those outcomes onwards.
So before we take your questions and the CEO's office goes further into their plans for implementation and action, we just wanted to close with our thanks to the CEO and her staff, their participation, their high degree of engagement in this review process, as well as the others that are ongoing now. I know that is another additional strategic initiative on that plate of on that set of spinning plates. And we really do applaud the CEO's willingness to lead by example, be open and honest about their operational challenges in greater than 100 pages worth of detail, and be willing to recognize opportunities to improve and drive this from assessment committed to making it action and reality, which we believe they already have ticked many things off this list, and are very happy to see that. Ultimately, we hope this helps the county further achieve and fulfill the vision of the Renew 22 program and the other strategic directions that you all have as a board and ambitions for this county. So with that, we're happy to take your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Zizik. Ms. Thornton, that was really thorough and thoughtful. Appreciate that. Questions from board members? Supervisor Lavanino?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just curious how this moves forward. So in the future, when we have other departments come in, will they then be, I'm not going to say point counterpoint, but do they then, how's this going to work? I mean, do we get the report and then it goes to them and then they come back later with this is what we think, or how's this all going to break?
Supervisor Lavanino through the chair. So our process right now is there's a draft report that gets circulated with the department and their executive staff in my office, and we work through the issues, and then we'll be asking the departments, similar to what we did, putting together an implementation plan, and they'll be talking to us about whether they can, they can't, or when future implementation would occur. So we would work through that, what we think is reasonable and supported, and then we'd bring that to the board just like we're doing today.
Okay. All right, so I'm kind of struggling with one of the items, and it's about the functional groups. And in the executive summary, it lays out that that's it's an exceptional way to break down department silos, encourage cross-departmental collaboration, and promote shared objectives and outcomes. I always thought it seems to me like it's a really good idea. But then in the current state on the next page, it says that there appears to be a lack of alignment of department and functional group operations towards the county's strategic vision. So it's not saying that the functional group is necessarily the problem, that setup. It's that there is no strategic vision that comes from the board, basically, is what you're saying.
Supervisor Lavanino through the chair. I want to get the etiquette right here. I would break it down to a question of how it's designed, how the system is designed to work, which is having these functional groups with an assistant CEO facilitating it, versus the implementation of that structure. And the implementation of that is more than just the grouping and the alignment. And so we would build on that alignment that you read about in the commendations and say there are certain activities that need to be undertaken. There are discussions that need to be agendized and happen every couple of months to go over what are the issues, risks, emerging themes that we have in common, what are our resource needs, et cetera, to sort of drive that to reality versus it just being an organizational construct on paper. That's not to say it doesn't happen at times, but we want to see it better structuralized in an ongoing fashion for each of the assistant CEO domains.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Other questions from board members?
So supervisors, here in the attachment to your board letter is a longer matrix of our implementation time frame. The most important is in the enterprise recommendations, and that is the first bullet, this countywide strategy and performance management that KPMG really says is the core of ensuring we have a high-performing organization. And so our plan is by fall 2020, my office to come back to your board with a framework on how we might do this, to get your priorities, to get benchmarks, to get targets put in place. The reason we're doing fall 2020 is we just kicked off the budget process, and we probably won't have the capacity until after the budget's done. So we'd come back to you with a framework, and then work throughout that time on ensuring this is the right process, and then by spring, basically, we'd hope to have you adopt whatever it is you've given us direction to do. So that's sort of a general time frame. That's probably the biggest thing involving the board, and it will be quite an effort. We want to work with our departments on this as well, so it'll take a little bit of time. The other one I want to note is number 4, which is the assessment and prioritization of initiatives. Again, KPMG said number 1, number 4 are probably the ones that involve the board's input. And so we would, by summer, formalize a process and bring it back to your board and communicate with departments about what is a strategic or a more sound way about triage or assessment and prioritization of all the different initiatives we have, so that we are sure we're making progress on the ones that you want us to show progress on. Budget monitoring, forecasting, we're continuing. Jeff and his team are continuing to work on that, and we're continuing to begin different processes. We have a more robust process already in place, looking at criteria for our expansions, and that's already been put in place. But as you know, we need a more robust software system. The auditor is leading a project called BANA, which is a business needs assessment to look at what kind of enterprise resource system that we could potentially incorporate into the county. So that evaluation is underway. Number 3, functional group management. We're continuing to do that and continuing to work with our structure. As I said, as you know, we have a loss in our staff and another one occurring pretty soon. And so that's given us a chance to also look at how we want to reorganize. So as this evaluation was going on, these things happened, so we're also evaluating what the roles of the ACOs are vis-a-vis the departments, vis-a-vis me, vis-a-vis the board, and so we're going through that process right now. Number 5, the strategic communications plan. Again, we're looking at roles, and we're hoping to get an intern, and again, looking at what actions can be implemented and what's feasible. The other ones on the office recommendations are really recommendations to help me and my staff become more efficient and effective in what we do, and many of those are already underway. Looking at roles and activities, succession planning, we're going to be starting to shadow positions where appropriate, looking at our internal communications, again, technology integration. I got a hit on the head for the 5th time about being paperless, so I'm in a hybrid mode right now, but I'm going paperless. The clerk of the board is ready. We've been doing a pilot project with one of our departments on the paperless agenda process regarding the departments and the clerk of the board. Our cannabis processing for our licenses, we're underway on getting that digitized and all online, and looking at document management. And then just looking at our project management, making sure that we have clear charters and work plans. And then for all these program, again, this is program recommendations for budget and research risk, OEM, and clerk of the board. A lot of them are underway or are already occurring. I'll be returning back to you about appropriate placement for the Office of Emergency Management. We've been having this discussion on and on for the last 3 or 4 years, so I'll need the board's input on that before we go forward with anything. Stepping back from all of these recommendations, I just want to say when we talked about this, I wasn't sure what we were going to get from KPMG, and on one hand, it wasn't an audit, like we said, a financial audit, but a lot of the things they are pointing to are things that we kind of already knew we need to do, but it was helpful for them to articulate it, to compare it to best practices, to get the data, the interviews, the research to show us, and to articulate it as clearly as they have about what are the specific things we really should be doing to improve ourselves as an office and as a county. So that was very helpful, and we believe this will be helpful for the entire organization. One other thing I'd be remiss if I weren't, I wanted to take this time to acknowledge Mr. Pontus, who is who's sitting there grinning in the back. As you know, Matt Pontus has been an important member of our executive team. He was the head of the general services for 3 years, and then I promoted him to be an assistant county executive officer. He is leaving on Friday is his last day, so we are very sad. But I just wanted to publicly acknowledge him and thank him for all his work. This picture shows Matt pointing to the clock, which is 7:30. And that's because when Matt was the general services director, I'd have monthly meetings with him, and they would go for hours because he had such a long list of things to cover, and Matt is quite a talker. So I think that meeting started at 4, and we ended at 7:30, and so we So we memorialize that with this picture, but it's just, thank you, Matt. And I also want to thank all the ACEOs, Jeff, Terry, Barney, as well as Matt and Gina and Dennis, who's no longer here, and all the division heads who've really been helping as part of the KPMG report and to put a real implementation plan together, things that we want to achieve. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miyasato. And thank you, Mr. Pontus, for all your great work for the county. We're going to miss you, and I know we're going to be celebrating you later in the week, but thanks for everything you've done for us. Supervisor Adam.
Well, first of all, I just want to say that I'm an anachronism, and I have to have my paper with all my sticky notes that I went through your report, and it was very wonderful, and I liked it a lot. And I'm not giving up my sticky pads. No way. I'm in the Doreen Farr model, and I have to have my sticky pads. I will be gone soon, and then you can work on my successor, who's standing in the back of the room, and see if you can convert him. He's much more computer savvy than I am, so it should be easy. The consistent theme that I saw throughout this document is it's a prioritization deal, and I'm hearing the CEO and you guys thinking about ways that we can have an input into prioritization of efforts, and I think that that's really a thing that needs to happen, and I totally support it. I think it's a great way to re-examine what you're doing, and I'm really glad you're going to work through all the different departments, and I think it's going to be very helpful.
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, thank you so much for this wonderful report, and thank you to our CEO and everybody who participated in this. I had a couple of questions. I mean, by the time it gets to us, you've got pretty much of a consensus among those who've been participating?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, yes, we hope so.
And then just second, I was involved in the ad hoc recruiting department head, and we had the opportunity to reach out to several other benchmark counties just to get a better sense of how they did it and what we were actually looking for. So I think it was extremely helpful in that context, and I really appreciate this, broader scope, looking at 8 benchmark counties, and I'm sure if you work across the nation, you can bring in this, and that gives me a lot of a sense of well-being about our county, that we really are looking and making sure that what we're doing isn't just the way we've always done it before, but that we're really reaching out and pulling in the very best ways that we can learn from others' experiences. And I think we've gone about it, I think our CEO has gone about this in an extremely intelligent way. And we started by looking internally and what we can do. But now it is time to look externally and what does our county want to become? And how do we organize ourselves to get to that goal? And I think that's a conversation that I think we do have a congenial board, and I think we're able now to have that kind of a discussion, and it will be a robust one that I'm really looking forward to, because we really haven't known yet what we want to be in the next phase or when we grow up. And we don't have a common sense about that, and I think it gives us all hesitation exactly about how to move forward. So I'm looking forward to this very much, and I think you put your finger on something at the right time.
Yeah, I agree 100%, and I really appreciate the expertise that KPMG brings to this conversation. We've got a lot of really talented people here who are working very hard, and having your fresh eyes looking at our processes and our systems, and asking hard questions about, could we do it better? Could we do it more comprehensively with better communication amongst all the entities is really valuable. It seems challenging to me to see how you do that with the limited resources that we have, but I trust that all the people who are going to dig in and figure that out are going to have some really creative ideas about how to accomplish that. And thank you, Ms. Miyasato, for bringing this forward and taking the initiative to bring in KPMG. Any other questions or comments from board members? Okay, would we like to keep going for the social services presentation or break for closed session? Let's keep going then. Okay, so we'll do social services, Ms. Alexander. Oh, public comment. Do we have any public comment on that last item?
Chair Hart and members of the board, we have no requests to speak on this item.
And there's no motion necessary. This is just to take the information in. Thank you. Okay, let's go to department item number 3. Oh, it does take a motion. We do need a motion. Okay, so let's have a motion to receive and file the report.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
All those, is there a second for the motion? Second. Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Motion carries unanimously.
And Chair Hart, members of the board, just for clarification, that's on today's agenda, recommendations A through C, including CEQA.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you please read item number 3?
Chair Hart and members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from Social Services. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Child Welfare Services 2019 annual update.
Mr.
Good morning, Chair Hart and Supervisors, and thank you for allowing us to go ahead and go. Since September of 2016, the Department of Social Services has submitted a Child Welfare Services presentation annually to your board. This annual report highlights performance improvements, outcomes, challenges, and the systemic issues we have in child welfare, to include our activities and outcomes associated with the California Child and Family Services Review. This is our 4th annual presentation. I will note that we're doing it today in January. We started trying for November and things got shuffled around a few times. So this is our annual report basically from a few months ago, and we will come back again in October or November of this year to do our 5th annual report. Deputy Director Amy Kruger will be the person making the presentation.
Good morning, Chair Hart and board members. Today we're going to be covering a snapshot of our updated Child Welfare Services statistics, as well as an update of our Child Welfare System Improvement Plan. We will also be updating you on 2 critically important issues continuing to impact child welfare, which is the Commercially Sexually Exploited Children Program, otherwise known as CSEC, the Continuum of Care Reform, and we'd also like to update you today on both local and state prevention efforts. So here is a snapshot of some of our recent caseload data, and as Director Nielsen indicated, it is through October of 2019. I do have some updated information which I will provide to you as we move through the presentation on more recent data. So as you can see, we have had a steep increase in the number of in-person child welfare services investigations over the last couple of years. This is due to both an increase in the number of referrals that we've received coming in, as well as some practice changes that we have made in our screening process. And so if we look at the red dotted line, that was our projected number of investigations for 2019. And as of the end of the year, we ended up with 4,164 for the calendar year, so pretty close, just under our projections. For several years, we saw a decline in the number of open cases, secondary to the decrease in investigations, but that trend is now beginning to reverse, and so we're seeing an increase in the number of overall open child welfare cases at this point as well. 550 was the yearly average, and we actually are right about that number today as far as our total number of open cases. And similar to the overall number of open cases that we just looked at, we are also seeing an increase in the number of children in foster care specifically. We, again, had a decrease year over year and reached a low point of 327 in 2018, but the trend is reversing. We have an increase now. We had a total of 259 children enter in calendar year 2018, and we are close to 400 children now in foster care, just under 400 at 396 currently. Although we continue to invest in prevention and early intervention programs, such as differential response and our voluntary family preservation program, we're seeing an increase in the number of families that are coming to our attention and that we are unable to work with to keep their children safely in the home. We are also looking at the average time in care that youth are spending very carefully, and we've been able to keep that stable at 13.8 months as an average time in care, and that's still remaining lower than the 2017 number of 14.5 months, so we're very pleased with that. So turning to look at placement, this is for all youth, ages 0 to 21, including our non-minor dependents. If we look at the highest number of placement settings, that is for the relative and non-relative extended family members. The number of children in these placements continues to increase, and our efforts to approve more homes has been increasing, so we're seeing more children in our county resource family homes, and we're seeing a continued decline in the number of children who we're placing with foster family agencies. Most of our transition age youth are opting to move into the supervised independent living program, and the number of children in group homes, as you can see there, is continuing to decline, and we'll talk a little more about the efforts in those areas later in our presentation. I just want to note also that this data here, again, is for 0 to 21, and when we look at just children under 18, the number of children placed with relatives climbs to 41%. I also wanted to note that as we see more children placed with relatives, we're seeing an increase in the number of children who are placed with siblings. And this data is reflective of all children who belong to a sibling set who are placed together in a single placement. And as you can see, that has steadily increased from 39% in July of 2016 up to 64% in July of 2019. Siblings who are placed together provide support to each other, a sense of stability, and research indicates that children who are placed with siblings while in care helps to serve as a protective factor for their mental health and also contributes to increases in school performance. So turning now to our California Child and Family Services Review, or CFSR process. A Child Welfare Outcome and Accountability Act of 2001 required establishment of the California Outcome and Accountability System. Through this system, the state is able to ensure conformity with federal requirements, determine what's happening with children and families as they engage with the child welfare system, help assist counties in enhancing the capacity to help children and families achieve positive outcomes. And the Act also increased oversight of child welfare services by requiring the system improvement plans be approved by the respective Board of Supervisors every 5 years and allowing for public comment. The System Improvement Plan is culmination of the California Child and Family Services Review, which consists of the county self-assessment, the peer review, and a detailed data analysis. The California Outcome and Accountability System provides a robust system of federal and state oversight. In the area of safety, we are first and foremost making sure that children are protected from abuse and neglect, and they're safely maintained in their homes whenever possible and appropriate. In the area of permanency, that children have permanency and stability in their living arrangements, and that there's continued connections with families and relationships while they're remaining involved with child welfare. And then finally, in the area of well-being, that families have the capacity to provide for their children, and that the children receive services they need to meet their educational, physical, and mental health needs. There are 7 federal measures associated with these outcomes. In addition to the federal measures, there are 15 California measures as well. And so to update you where we are in terms of our timeline, our 5-year system improvement plan was submitted to the state for review in December 17 and subsequently approved by your Board of Supervisors in February of 2018. Our second-year SIP progress report was approved by the state in November 19th of 2019. And on the next several slides, we'll cover our current performance as well as look at our SIP focus areas, strategies, and highlights of the progress we have made in the last year. So this slide shows our performance on the 7 federal Child and Family Services review measures, as well as the 3 key California measures. And if we look at the left column there, in the first column we see the measure itself. On the second is the applicable federal and state standard. On the third is our county's performance on the standard. And in the last column on the right there, it's the percentage of the standard that we are meeting. So the first 2 measures there look at safety, maltreatment in foster care, and recurrence of maltreatment. And in these 2 areas, we consistently exceed the federal standard. In the next 2 areas, which look at, 3 areas, which look at permanency, although we have not been able to meet the permanency in 12-month standard, we do consistently meet the permanency in the 12 to 23 month and 24-month and over time periods. This is largely due to systemic factors such as court continuances, as well as timeframes associated with working with families who are having complex issues such as substance abuse and mental health treatment. In the area of reunification in particular, we are cautious about moving to permanency too early because that can impact the 4th measure, which is re-entry to foster care. And that is another area where we have so far been able to exceed the federal standard. The final permanency measure, placement stability, is an area where we have historically struggled to meet the federal standard, but I'm very pleased to report that we have finally met it for the very first time. We also consistently exceed the performance standards on the key state measures, which are timely investigations and timely social worker visits. This is another top priority for our staff, is our staff are consistently prioritizing safety in these areas, and these are some of the most important components of assuring safety, is making sure we're meeting our statutory timeframes in terms of investigations and visits in care and in home. Our county consistently ranks in the top 10% of all counties in these 3 areas due to that prioritization. And the performance here is really reflective of the incredibly important and difficult work that our staff are doing on a daily basis in ensuring that we are prioritizing the safety of kids in these areas. So I just want to acknowledge all of the work that goes into that. So turning to our SIP focus areas, these areas are chosen based upon the information that we learned during our county self-assessment and peer reviews, and they're aligned with the California Program Improvement Plan as well. The first 2 measures, permanency in 12 months and placement stability, were also focuses in our previous SIP because those are the areas where we have struggled to meet the standards. And a new focus for us on this cycle, as you may recall, is the systemic factor of workforce wellness. The strategies included in our system improvement plan are in alignment with the new California core practice model and in support of the goals of continuum of care reform. They focus on strengthened collaboration and engagement, trauma-informed training, increased resource family recruitment, retention, and support, expanded services for youth and families, as well as greater support for our social work staff. Our first SIP focus area, permanency within 12 months, is about achieving permanency for children in the form of reunification, adoption, and guardianship. The federal goal is that 40.5% of the children will achieve permanency in less than 12 months. And in the time period, the time period between January and December of 2017 is the most recent reporting period, and 62 out of 175 children who entered care during that time did find permanency within 12 months. Significantly, we saw an increase in the number and overall percentage of children who are reunifying in that time frame. We've also made progress in the areas of adoption and guardianship, and so overall, we're hoping that this trend will continue with continued implementation of strategies in the next few years. And I'd like to talk now about a couple of those factors which are contributing to this success, which includes increased focus on quality engagement of families, increased visitation, and child and family teams, as well as expansion of our intensive family services program. So improving both the frequency and quality of parent-child visits has been a focus for us this last year. A work group was convened to map our visitation process, to make process improvements, and improve our implementation of progressive visitation with children and families. We had a training on best practices for child welfare services visitation between parents and children with a renowned trainer, Rose Wentz. And the training was geared toward not just our child welfare staff, but also our legal partners and the court-appointed special advocates. Our intensive family services program provides evidence-based, trauma-informed, and culturally competent services. The object of these services is to either keep children safely in the home, or if they have been removed, to reunify them as quickly as possible. The services are designed to increase parenting skills, protective capacities, parent-child interaction, and to reduce child abuse and neglect risk factors, as well as family conflict and child behavioral problems. We also focused efforts on improving quality engagement of families through the continued increase of child and family team meetings. We strengthened our facilitator team this last year through ongoing training, learning circles, and encouraged social worker staff as well as facilitators to look at complex cases and meet to discuss lessons learned. Turning to highlights on our permanency and 12-month strategies, the Family Unification Program, otherwise known as the FUP program, provides housing vouchers for both former foster youth, ages 18 to 24 years old, and child welfare-involved families who are either at risk or currently homeless, and the lack of housing is a factor in delaying their reunification. The Santa Barbara City Housing Authority has had an existing FUP program for several years. However, the vouchers have been limited to the city of Santa Barbara, and as a result, it's been extremely difficult for clients to find housing despite the availability of vouchers in that area. In 2018, we partnered with the Santa Barbara County Housing Authority to apply for additional vouchers that could be used county-wide, and our county was one of 8 jurisdictions that were selected, and we were able to receive 74 new vouchers in January of 2019. So as of October of 2019, we had over 125 eligible families and youth referred, and 72 of them were able to secure housing to date. That's between both programs. And as of last week, we've actually seen that number increase to 85. So our goal is to get all of those FUP vouchers leased up, as they refer to it. And we are seeing a lot of success with that program in North County, but countywide, it's safe to say there are still a lot of barriers. There's limited availability of affordable housing, and we do see a lot of families who are issued vouchers who are not able to find housing with them. So it's something that we're partnering with Housing Authority, all of our other partners, the COC, and community partners to get as many youth and families referred to this program, and then to help assist them in looking at the barriers that are keeping them from finding housing and providing support to them in terms of case management, deposits, and other services that will allow them to secure the housing and then remain in the housing. Turning to placement stability, our second SIP focus area, this is about keeping children in stable placements, minimizing the number of placement moves in 12 months. And the goal is that the rate of placement moves is less than 4.12. I just want to note on this measure that 4.12 does not represent the number of placement moves. It is rather a calculated rate based on several data points. And our county placement stability measure, as I said, for the first time, we've actually met the federal standard for the Q4 reporting period, which is very encouraging, and we're hoping that the continued implementation of some of the strategies that I'm going to talk about will allow us to continue to meet and exceed this measure. We continue to focus quite a bit on efforts to place children with relatives, and we are seeing for first placements with relatives, we're continuing to see increases, and we've had over an 8% increase in first placements with relatives from 2016 to 2018. While this measure considers stability, it does not take into consideration positive placement moves for children. For example, if a child is in a group home and is able to move to a lower level of care with a relative or a resource family, or when children are placed in emergency shelter initially and then move to a long-term placement again with relatives or a resource family, the outcome is positive for the child, but the placement move still has a negative impact in terms of our county's performance on this measure. The emphasis on moving children and youth from group homes into home-based care over the last several years is another factor that contributes to our performance in this area. So for our goals for improving placement stability, the first one is to improve resource family support strategies in order to increase caregivers' capacity to understand and help children stabilize in their care, thereby reducing the number of placement moves. And so we're going to highlight some of the progress we've made here in our second year. The Villages program is our first one. This is a program that began in February of 2019. It is a peer-to-peer support group for resource families, and it creates geographical hubs of family homes and is designated so that resource families can be supported by experienced peer leaders who help them problem solve, who can help provide resources, and who can help provide respite across families in their geographical region. Another strategy to increase placement stability for us is to adopt additional methods of support for resource families, such as the Child Care Bridge Program and for respite care. The Child Care Bridge Program addresses the lack of child care as a barrier for families who are otherwise willing to take children into their home, but need support for parenting children in foster care. It is a time-limited program that assists families by providing vouchers for child care, as well as a child care navigator service, and it also includes trauma-informed training for child care providers themselves. The program's goal is to help resource families with solutions at the time of placement, as they're often unprepared with childcare in advance of taking a child into their home, and it helps get them stabilized and ensure that the caregivers have adequate support to balance their work and home lives. Implemented in 1819, the Child Care Bridge program served 26 families and benefited 34 children countywide. Funding for the program has been increased this fiscal year, and so we're expecting those numbers to rise. Another important resource, respite care, is often cited as one of the most important supports for our families, especially those caring for high-needs youth. Our respite care program reimburses families for up to $200 a month that they can apply towards respite care. The addition of a family-finding social worker has helped contribute to the progress we've made in placement with relatives. The social worker does extensive searches to locate relatives and kin when children are removed. They attend initial court hearings to get the most information possible about potential placements early in the case, and then they track this information so that as any placement changes are needed throughout the dependency process, we can refer back to our relative finding efforts. And then finally, the new Resource Family Support Specialist Program was implemented in July of 2019, and that provides an array of post-placement resources for families, including advocacy and support, referrals to resources, educational advocacy, crisis intervention, and helps with family development and training for our resource families. Our third SIP focus area, workforce wellness, focuses on developing a trauma-informed workplace that ensures healthy and competent workforce. According to the National Child Welfare Workforce Institute, a healthy and stable workforce contributes to the higher job satisfaction as well as reduced turnover, which ultimately improves outcomes for children and families. We're focusing on two related strategies to support workforce wellness. The first is to address secondary traumatic stress, or STS as we call it, which is a result of being exposed to the traumatic experiences of others. Child welfare social workers are at high risk for developing STS, and they may experience a variety of symptoms, including anxiety, sleep disturbances, feelings of isolation, physical ailments, and these can contribute to compromised professional functioning and a diminished quality of life. The second strategy is to focus on recruitment and retention of staff. This includes ensuring that our social worker candidates have a realistic understanding of the job through realistic job previews, as well as behavioral interview questions that allow our hiring managers to select the most qualified staff for the positions. The strategy also helps with focusing on retention through a variety of avenues, which includes mentoring, leadership opportunities, and a supported environment where learning is valued. And as I mentioned before, this is a systemic factor, and unlike the previous focus areas, there is no federal standard to measure the performance in this area. Instead, we use survey results from the California Social Work Education Center, as well as departmental data regarding retention of social worker staff and feedback from staff through other survey and in-person focus groups. So the highlights for the progress we've made in this area in our second year to support a healthy and stable workforce here before you. We have, in July of 2019, started the second workforce study that I mentioned through the California Social Work Education Center. The study collected data and information in a number of domains, including job satisfaction, commitment to the agency, secondary trauma, stress, and burnout. And the results of this study showed that in general, many of our staff are satisfied with their jobs, but many are also experiencing stress. And a smaller number still are actually experiencing burnout. These survey results were used to guide development of new strategies as we're looking at how to better recruit and retain our staff. And in terms of our attrition data, we saw that data from fiscal year 17-18 indicated an attrition rate of about 13.5% with our child welfare staff, and we saw that drop to 11% in fiscal year 18-19. So we have a small improvement in that area, and we're hopeful that that trend is going to continue. In November of 2018, we formed a workforce wellness team made up of all levels of child welfare staff, and their mission is giving child welfare staff the capacity to be a healthy, fulfilled, and productive workforce. This team oversees the RAFT session as well as the ACTS project, which I'll describe, and also produces a weekly Wellness Wednesday newsletter that goes out to all of our child welfare staff. They also do other activities such as a quarterly brown bag which they call Eat, Learn, Grow, and they focus on wellness and self-care activities, looking at videos or facilitating discussions to talk about how they can promote that amongst all of our staff. We're also partnering on with the Chadwick Center on the Advancing California's Trauma-Informed Systems, or ACTS project. This is a collaboration and with the goal of creating an intentional model of how managers and supervisors address secondary traumatic stress in order to reduce it amongst our workforce. The collaboration began in May of 19. We're currently in the final phases, and we'll be wrapping up with coaching for our supervisors on how to utilize reflective supervision with their staff, and we're doing training for all of our staff on how to understand with and strategies to prevent and manage secondary traumatic stress. As I mentioned with the RAFT session, we have expanded availability of secondary trauma support, crisis debriefing for our staff, and so we've started the RAFT sessions. RAFT stands for Restore and Flourish Together, and these are support and educational groups to help deal with secondary traumatic stress as well as burnout. You can see our brochure there. Nice, serene, calming picture. And so these are small group sessions, and they're led by a licensed clinician with an expertise in secondary traumatic stress. They're open to social workers and supervisors. We have them monthly in all regions to accommodate staff. And so far, the survey results we've gotten from staff is that for those who attend, they really appreciate the commitment of the agency to address STS, to offer these sessions, and that they're finding them beneficial to their well-being, and they're feeling supported in their ability to be more effective in their work with children and families. So in talking about burnout, we saw approximately 25% of our survey respondents, and that's 10 out of 41, amongst social workers who participated in the CalSWIC workforce study from 2019, who are reporting experiencing burnout. And that is a slight increase from the 2017 study. Burnout is the helping professions. It's a feeling of physical and emotional exhaustion that helpers may experience due to feelings of being overwhelmed, feeling powerless in the workplace. Workers who experience burnout are more likely to leave the agency, and of course that provides places even greater stress and demands on the staff than who are remaining. Many factors contribute to burnout. Workplace-related stressors such as high caseloads, paperwork and administrative demands, negative perceptions of child welfare services staff and the agency, regulatory pressures such as increased statutory responsibilities, shortened timelines, and then client-related stressors such as secondary trauma or threats to personal safety. While our current focus has been on the client-related factors, primarily on secondary trauma, the majority of burnout is actually due to work-related factors, and those are not as easily addressed, and primarily workload is what we're talking about there. The good news is that child welfare organizations can address burnout, and we are certainly trying to do so through our efforts so far. Key focus areas include keeping caseloads at a manageable size, ensuring we have qualified staff, leveraging technology, using teaming approaches to help share responsibility of complex decision-making amongst our staff, and ensuring that they have opportunities for professional development and leadership. Additionally, it's imperative that we ensure our staff are supported, feel valued, and empowered to do their daily work. And this can be achieved through a constellation of activities, including normalizing asking for and receiving help when needed, offering that support for secondary trauma, and then promoting safety and self-care for all of our staff. So turning now to CSEC, wanted to update you on our efforts as far as commercially sexually exploited children's program. We are entering our 5th year of implementation in this area. Since 2014, we've been working with our partners to address this issue and the critical concerns of this population. As you may recall, SB 855 clarified Child Welfare Dependency Code to include the CSEC population. In addition, it established the optional CSEC state program, which provides funding for participating counties such as ours for prevention and intervention services. It requires child welfare to lead a team comprised of representatives from probation, public health, behavioral wellness, and the juvenile court to develop an interagency protocol, which we did do in 2017. In 2016, SB 794 added new requirements focused on implementations of policies and procedures around identifying, documenting, and determining services appropriate to children impacted by CSEC. And it required child welfare to implement protocols for missing children and youth, as well as increased reporting to law enforcement for known or suspected instances of CSEC for children in foster care. And then finally, in 2017, SB 1322 required us to continue to build our cross-system collaboration, focusing on law enforcement, probation, and child welfare, increased communication information sharing, and a strong multidisciplinary team effort to best support the vulnerable CSEC population. And we continue to have a very high level of collaboration between our county departments as well as community-based organizations to address this important issue. So the CSEC Interagency Protocol, as I mentioned, that was developed in 2017, has been updated this last year to reflect the changes that we've made in terms of the processes to identify and serve CSEC youth. We continue to utilize CSEC funding from the state to support a CSEC coordinator who is co-located with our child welfare staff and who is responsible for coordinating our multidisciplinary team meetings, as well as arranging services and providing consultation and training to both our internal staff as well as community partners. Placements for this population remain very limited. It's challenging to find placements, and we're very fortunate that we do have some specialized CSEC programs within our county. We have the 6-bed STRTP, 4 Kids, 2 Kids, which serves victims and confirmed CSEC youth in our county, and they have been operating since June of 2018. And additionally, we have a new program, Hope Refuge, who has been active with the CSEC population formerly, offering programming including workshops, vocational and educational trainings, and wellness retreats. And they have now received their provisional STRTP approval, and they are in the process of staffing up and getting ready to accept placements in the next couple months, hopefully. We're also collaborating with Pathways Foster Family Agency to develop emergency placement beds specific to CSEC youth in coordination with their existing intensive treatment foster care program. Since the
Supervisor Williams.
I was just going to ask you, what's the relationship in terms of these new facilities that are opening up that you cite on the slide? I mean, if they had greater capacity, licensed capacity, would our program be more successful? I mean, I want to understand that relationship, meaning are there people in the program that we just don't yet have the best placements for, and so would increased capacities at these facilities facilitate the goals of our CSEC program?
So Supervisor Williams, through the chair, in terms of the capacity, there's more capacity with the new program than we would actually need for the number of youth, but it's always a matter of the best resource, the best placement resource to meet their individual needs. And that can vary, from youth to youth in terms of what they're experiencing not just CSEC, but other challenges they have in terms of maybe substance abuse or mental health issues. So it's really kind of that best fit. So we certainly want more capacity. A lot of our local providers have placements from other counties because we don't have enough capacity locally, enough youth locally to, keep their beds filled even. So it's kind of a balance in terms of the needs and the capacity.
So maybe the answer is yes, but it's difficult to quantify in the short run.
I would say so, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So in terms of implementation of our CSEC interagency protocol, our steering committee has been working to provide training to other agencies in the community, including first responders, as well as other community-based agencies. And that training is focused on what is CSEC, how to be aware of children or youth who may be at risk or involved in CSEC and who are currently being exploited. And through all of these efforts, all of the agencies represented on the steering committee are getting that out to the community, targeting various community groups that they're associated with. And our big training this year was in February of 2019, where we hosted a 2-day training for our internal staff, other county partners, as well as community partners on CSEC 102, which is like the second tier, more advanced CSEC training. And we also partnered with community colleges and the foster care and kinship education programs in May of 2019 to present a program called Solutions for the Future, which is focused on fighting exploitation with empowerment conference, and that conference was at Allen Hancock College. So through all of these efforts and increased awareness, we're seeing a lot more referrals coming in now, and the word has really gotten out. There's, a very high amount of concern about this population, and so we have seen a big increase. Actually, we received 239 referrals in 2019 related to CSEC. That's up from 73 in 2018, and that represents 84 unduplicated youth who are alleged to be victims or at risk of CSEC. And in terms of cases this year, 2019, we saw 19 youth in cases who are either identified as at risk or victims of CSEC. So turning to continuum of care reform updates. As you may recall, Continuum of Care Reform is a series of existing and new reforms to child welfare services, probation, and mental health programs designed out of the understanding that if children must live apart from their parents, that they will have better outcomes in a committed and nurturing family home. Continuum of Care Reform seeks to improve the child welfare system's outcomes through increased engagement, limiting the use of congregate care, and then increasing availability of services and supports for children who are placed in home-based family care settings. We continue to review and discuss impacts with our staff, with stakeholders, service providers, and work with county partners and local providers to develop collaborative service delivery models and focus on building capacity. We also continue to track our progress through our internal and interagency CCR work groups in partnership with probation and behavioral wellness. As we work to meet the challenges of CCR, we believe that we are moving in a positive direction. With the new administration, however, we know that they are currently working on assessing our progress to date, the successes of CCR, as well as the challenges that have been noted, particularly in the area of the STRTP capacity statewide and the impacts of that. And so there are questions as to what the future direction of CCR may be. As I referenced earlier, CCR required the implementation of child and family teams. Those are comprised of caring individuals who are supportive of the child, youth, and their families in meeting their identified needs and goals. And again, as of January 2017, all children and youth who are entering the child welfare system who require out-of-home placement are required to have child and family team meetings at regular intervals. One of the most fundamental principles of CCR is that child welfare services are the most effective when delivered in the context of a child and youth-centered child and family team. Another guiding principle of CCR is that children should not have to change their placements in order to get the services that they need. And as such, there's been an increase in the number of services available to children and youth who are in home-based family settings. Intensive specialty mental health services are available, including the intensive care coordination, intensive home-based services, and therapeutic foster care. Additionally, the use of the Child and Adolescent Strengths and Needs Assessment Tool has been implemented. Use of this assessment tool allows us to monitor children's progress and outcomes over time, and that determines when we can step down intensity of services and transition to lower levels of placement. In August of 2019, we partnered with Behavioral Wellness to co-locate clinicians with our child welfare staff in order to expedite CAN's assessments and to allow for close collaboration, more complete assessments, more timely assessments, and to strengthen our child and family teaming process, which are guided by those assessments. Finally, with the passage of CCR, a new rate structure for home-based foster care was created. The level of care assessment allows our staff to utilize a strength-based approach to determining the rate to support a child or youth placement in a family setting. And phase 1 was implemented in March of 2018 with our foster family agency placements. Phase 2 has been delayed for several months and is finally anticipated to begin later this month, and that will be inclusive of all of our county resource family homes as well. The second element of CCR is the limited use of congregate care. As you're all aware, children who cannot safely be placed in a family can receive short-term residential care with specific plans and intensive therapeutic interventions and services to support their transition to a family when they're ready. Out of the 5 homes in our county, only 1 has made the transition so far to STRTP. That is the CSEC-specific home that I referenced earlier. The remaining 4 group homes have extensions, and they're continuing to receive technical assistance from both the state and the county. We are working with them, as well as our behavioral wellness and probation partners, to provide support to them as they transition, and we're hoping that we will see those transitions occur by the end of 2020. And as we referenced previously, we do have Hope Refuge who has been provisionally licensed, and we're hoping will be taking placements in the next month or so. So this slide reflects the number of youth in group homes. We started off with 45 back in January of 2015, and as of October 2019, we were down to 8, and today that number actually stands at 5. So we've made very good progress in this area. However, we are still seeing children entering and who are currently in our system who are requiring a higher level of care due to the complex trauma that they've experienced. And to help to support those youth, in November of 2018, we participated with our behavioral wellness and probation partners in the creation of an interagency placement committee. That is a collaboration of those agencies, as well as other members of the team, the regional centers, the County Office of Education, foster family agencies, wraparound providers, and any other providers who may be involved in delivering services to these youth. The purpose is to provide a forum to discuss these cases, to look at service options for the high needs youth, and to hopefully keep them out of a higher level, or if they do need a higher level of care, plan for the intensive services and a transition plan to get them back into home-based family care as soon as possible. The third element of CCR is to increase capacity for home-based care, and so we continue to see success with our media campaign, Our County, Our Kids, which we lovingly refer to as OCOK. We developed and implemented Fostering Love as an outreach and engagement component of OCOK in 2019, and this is looking at targeted recruitment of families. Fostering Love works to identify differing ways individuals and community members can help support children in foster care, which can include volunteering, providing respite, or of course becoming a resource family themselves. OCOK is also working with our local foster family agency partners and through the QPI, Quality Parenting Initiative, recruitment and collaborative meeting. This collaboration is a joint effort between foster family agencies, OCOK, to work together to recruit and identify, recruit, and train families who are interested in providing support for higher needs children and youth. That is our greatest area of need right now and our focus. So that has been slowly gaining momentum. We are still having challenges in identifying those families that are willing to take on high needs youth, but we have been making slow progress in that area. We are also continuing to work on our support with the collaboration of the local business community on the Inspire program. As you may recall, that is a program that offers discounts for resource families and foster youth, or provides services at reduced costs, and we're currently up to 62 community businesses who are participating in that program.
That's great.
We're also partnering with Child Abuse Listening and Mediation, CALM, to offer resource family wellness classes as part of their trauma-informed parenting education program. We're working on providing community resilience model or CRIM trainings for our resource families. That is a training which has helped to design adults and children learn to be more in touch with their own nervous system, to keep their mind and body in balance, especially when dealing with trauma, and helping others to learn those self-regulation techniques, particularly our resource families, and helping to learn the children in their care on how to remain in their resiliency zone. We also are partnering with the TBRI community. That's trust-based relational intervention, which teaches caregivers how to address fear-based behaviors and to provide attachment-based interventions for children who've experienced trauma. And then finally, we have an ongoing dialogue with our resource families through the QPI group. We also partner with the Resource Family Association, and through our child welfare stakeholder meetings, we get information from all of these sources from our resource families to help us refine what is offered to them, to prioritize what their needs are, and many of the strategies that we've discussed here have been identified by the group and are now being implemented to help increase their support for high needs youth in their care and to increase peer support for them, as well as advocacy and training opportunities. So through all of these strategies, we've been able to increase the number overall of homes that we have. We have a 99% increase from 27 to 2019 in the total number of resource families. And these are county resource families. These do not include foster family agency families. So we have, again, had a lot of success in increasing the overall number. Where we're continuing to struggle is in identifying and approving families that are willing to take in the higher needs youth who have more complex trauma and to spend, the intensive time needed to maintain children in a home-based setting as opposed to a congregate care setting.
Supervisor Williams.
I just want to, give you some credit and the county some credit, because that's a marked increase. Looks like approximately a doubling of that capacity of the number of people approved to take foster kids into their home in 2 years. And so, it's definitely an issue that I figuratively set my hair on fire about 2 years ago, and I just think that you have obviously done some really good work to improve that situation, and I want to thank you for that.
Thank you, Supervisor Williams. Our staff have worked very hard in that area. So finally, I wanted to do a brief update for you today in terms of prevention. Family First Prevention Services Act, known as FFPSA, was signed into law as part of the Bipartisan Budget Act in February of 2018. This act reforms the federal child welfare financing streams, Title 4E and 4B of the Social Security Act, and allows for the provision of 12 months of services to families who are at risk of entering the child welfare system. It aims to prevent children from entering foster care by allowing for federal reimbursement for mental health services, substance use treatment, as well as in-home parenting skills training and kinship navigator services. Qualified candidates for these programs include children who have been identified as being able to safely remain in their home or in a kinship placement as long as they are receiving services, parents or caregivers who need these services to prevent the entry of children into care, as well as children in foster care who are pregnant or parenting. In order to tap into this funding, states must maintain a prevention plan for the children to remain safely in the home or with a kin caregiver, and have essentially a case plan which defines the services or programs that will be offered. These services must be trauma-informed and also need to be evidence-based and included on the California Evidence-Based Clearinghouse for Child Welfare and rated as promising, supported, or well-supported practices. FFPSA also seeks to improve the well-being of children who are already in foster care by incentivizing states to further reduce placement in congregate care settings. The good news is that many of these changes are already in alignment by what has been prescribed by California's continuum of care reform. However, there are additional requirements for these new facilities, which are called qualified residential treatment programs. And an example of one of these is the requirement for a 24-hour nursing support. So there are some additional requirements that are being looked at right now at the state and county level. And states have until October 1st of 2021 to opt in to receive this funding. And as I mentioned, there are work groups currently looking at both of these issues in terms of the QRTP and the prevention services. And there are significant, decisions involving both policy as well as funding that will impact how this program rolls out in our state and, of course, locally. And then in terms of our county prevention efforts, we have been focusing during the last year on prevention in our county. In 2019, January of 2019, our county was selected to participate in a prevention summit by California Department of Social Services Office of Child Abuse Prevention. The goal of the summit was for participants to develop or strengthen a public-private partnership for the prevention of child abuse and neglect, to strengthen our county-wide child abuse prevention plan, and to commit to an ongoing collaboration with clear process and action steps towards improvement. So under the umbrella of the Kids Network, our team for the summit included members of Child Welfare, First Five, Public Health, Behavioral Wellness, Child Abuse Prevention Council, Network of Family Resource Centers, County Education Office, as well as other community-based organizations. We had a very robust representation. So connections between the providers and networks of providers has been the focus for our prevention efforts to date. Each representative of the team has been engaged and active, and all of the networks have focused together on themes of adverse childhood experiences, or ACEs, as well as resilience and trauma-informed care. So the summit provided us an opportunity to strengthen our partnerships across sectors in order to continue the Kids Network vision of collectively working together towards creating a resilient Santa Barbara County by strengthening families and reducing the incidence of child abuse and neglect. And our action plan includes three things: shared learning opportunities across multiple sectors, as I mentioned. That includes child abuse prevention, family resource centers, child welfare, and early care and education, in order to increase knowledge and awareness of the roles, responsibilities, and priorities of each of the networks, and to look at the respective frameworks each of the networks is using. The second is to develop a strong and coherent prevention message for the 2020 April Child Abuse campaign, which will include a presentation to your board on the economics of child abuse in Santa Barbara County. And then finally, the completion of a community-level data analysis, which will help inform prevention strategies. And our initial focus is on the community of Lompoc due to the increased reports and of child abuse, as well as increased number of children entering from the Lompoc area. So with that, that concludes our presentation, and I'm happy to answer any additional questions you have at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Kruger, for the very thorough report. That covers a lot of territory. Other questions from board members? I had a question. At the beginning of your presentation, you mentioned that you had increased caseload and an increased number of children entering foster care. What do you attribute that increase to? Is there theories that you're working with?
Chair Hart, we haven't been able to identify any particular factor which is part of the reason why we are doing that community level analysis starting in Lompoc to see if we can dig in there along with our partners to identify what some of the drivers may be. General neglect is, certainly our largest referral source, which, includes substance abuse, mental health, domestic violence, and that we continue to see those primary drivers for children entering care. But there's not one particular thing that we can point to and say this is what's happening. But we have noticed that Lompoc seems to be the biggest area of increase, so that's why we're focusing there to see if we can figure out what might be behind that.
Well, that's helpful. Thank you. And thank you and congratulations for all the great work and all the progress that you're making on all the indicators, the state and federal standards, the co-locate or co-placing siblings, all the other wonderful metrics of progress. So thank you. Supervisor Hartman? Oh, excuse me. Supervisor Williams?
Well, just wanted to go back to the slide on the federal legislation on prevention work. So I guess the question, and if you said this, I just want you to reiterate it. Does that now mean that if we have one of, a parent or child that falls in these categories, but doesn't otherwise qualify for Medi-Cal, that we are providing Be Well services or other services for those individuals, or are we in the process of retooling our systems so that would happen?
So Supervisor Williams, through the chair, in order to be eligible for these services, it has to be a child or caregiver who's a candidate for foster care, first and foremost. And that is not inclusive of any Medi-Cal services that might otherwise be available. These are for strictly for the provision of the services mentioned there as far as substance abuse, mental health, and it just provides federal funding, whereas before we were not able to tap into any federal funding and had to use other funding sources to provide those services.
So does that mean we are now providing prevention services for those individuals? Meaning, is it just a funding change, or has that prompted us to provide services for more people?
Well, at this point, we have not. Our state has not yet opted in. They're still trying to figure out, what that's going to look like. As I mentioned, we have until October of 2021 as a state to opt in, and before we can opt into the prevention services, we also need to meet the requirements for the congregate care that I mentioned, the QRTP. You have to opt into both. So we're trying to figure out as a state how we're going to be able to meet those standards in conjunction with our current CCR efforts, which will then allow us to opt into the prevention services and figure out what is that going to look like, at the state level, locally, in order to provide those services. The one area that is unfortunate is that although this is being put forward as prevention, it's really not far enough upstream because it's only allowing for services to youth who are already determined to be candidates for foster care, which means they're already right at the door of coming into our system. And, in the opinion of most people who are working in prevention and child welfare, that's not soon enough. We want to start, much earlier when we're first starting to see signs of families needing support and children and youth who are needing services, as opposed to having to wait until they're candidates for foster care, which is a pretty high bar to meet.
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I guess that raises a question. Are there other programs that are upstream?
There are programs that are upstream, but there is not currently funding or very limited funding for those programs. So that is part of the reason why we've been focusing on prevention, both at the state level. We have the Child Welfare Directors Prevention Cabinet, which I'm a member of, and we're trying to figure out holistically how we can look at what does exist in terms of prevention programs, what funding there is, how can we as a community bring all our partners together and try and figure out how to leverage those funding sources, braid funding sources, and work together to try and collectively provide services at the earliest possible opportunities, and then integrate what we hope will be federal funding opportunities through FFPSA for those families that are coming in the door later on in the process. So it's a big lift right now to try and figure out how this comes together. And again, we're kind of waiting for more from the state level work groups to help inform how we're going to move forward. At the same time, we're also moving forward locally, and trying to figure out what we can do right now in the interim.
I just wanted to add that I think this was an extraordinary presentation and really a comprehensive program that you run. And at all levels, you're building capacity and sharing, whether it be across resource families or across social workers. And I think a lot comes out of that. People learn and support each other. As Supervisor Williams has been interested in getting more resource families, I'm really impressed by the efforts you've made to workforce well-being and trying to support people, because the people I encounter, it's really, really difficult work and emotionally challenging. And so to support people who are doing that work in the careful, thoughtful way that you're doing, I really appreciate. So well done. Thank you. You make me really proud.
Oh, thank you, Supervisor Hartman. I agree. We can't get the work done without our staff. I mean, they're the heart of the work, and if we don't support them, then we're not going to be able to achieve the outcomes that we're looking to achieve for children and families. So that is definitely one of our highest priorities. In addition to, of course, safety and permanency and well-being for children and families, is supporting our staff, because they're the ones who are doing that work. So thank you. I appreciate that.
Supervisor Williams, do you have anything else?
Well, I just wanted to conclude my comment by just saying that obviously this highlights continued challenges, but what is really significant to me as someone who's watched these reports that you provide is the progress that's being made, and which is marked, and I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to add that I had the opportunity to go on a ride-along to this year with one of your staff, and I was completely amazed by the professionalism and the skill and the kindness and caring that that person exhibited in that opportunity and situation. And, the parents that we interacted with really appreciated her involvement, and it was really an enlightening experience. So thank you for arranging that, too. Is there any public comment on this item?
Chair Hart, members of the board, we have no request to speak on this item.
Is there a motion, please, to accept the staff recommendation?
Move we accept.
Is there a second? So that's a motion for A and B. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Madam carries unanimously. We'll now recess to closed session. County Council, will you please read the items for consideration?
Chair and Supervisors, today in closed session, the board is agendized to consider 4 matters. The first matter of existing litigation is Santa Barbara Coalition for Responsible Cannabis versus County of Santa Barbara. Then there is an item regarding Public and Educational Capital Endowment concerning the Santa Barbara Fund for Public and Educational Access. The third is real property negotiations for a series of parcels, first between South Point Estates and Clark Avenue in the Old Town Orchid area, and then also at 775 East Clark Avenue in Orcutt. And finally, conference with labor negotiators concerning Civil Attorneys Association, Deputy District Attorneys Association, Santa Barbara County Deputy Sheriff's Association, Service Employees International Union Local 620, and unrepresented employees and managers. My estimate is that closed session will be someplace between an hour and a half and 2 hours. The board previously received public comment about closed session, 2 items of closed session, but I would just recommend asking if there was any further public comment on any closed session item.
I don't believe there is any additional public comment. Is there, Madam Clerk? Okay.
Chair Hart, members of the board, not other than the public comment we had this
Already
morning.
received. Good. Okay. So we are adjourned to closed session. Whatever you want to do. We are now reconvening the meeting of January 14th, 2020. Will County Council please report out from closed session?
Chair and Supervisors, today in closed session, the board considered 4 matters. The first was a matter of existing litigation, Santa Barbara Coalition for Responsible Cannabis Incorporated versus the county. The second was In Re Public and Educational Capital Endowment, also existing litigation. There was one matter of real property negotiations for parcels that are listed, but in the general area of South Point Estates and Clark Avenue in Old Town Orcutt area, as well as 775 East Clark Avenue, Orcutt. And then there was conference with labor negotiators for Civil Attorneys Association, Deputy District Attorneys Association, Santa Barbara County Deputy Sheriff's Association, Service Employees International Union Local 620, unrepresented employees and managers, and there are no reportable actions.
Thank you, Mr. Gazzoni. We're now adjourned to Tuesday, January 28th, 2020 in Santa Maria. Thank you for your patience.